Beneath the gold, behind the robes, and deeper than the deepest vaults, the Vatican guards secrets so dark they make Da Vinci look like a bedtime story. From exorcism rituals gone silent to vaults of untraceable Nazi gold, these are the secrets the Church prays you never ask about. But tonight we're unlocking them. All of them. Welcome to the most terrifying Vatican secrets the Church didn't want you to know. Before we crack open the first vault, do me a favor. If you're into forbidden history, lost relics, and secrets they swore you'd never hear, hit subscribe and join the cult. I mean, crew. Drop a comment below where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Midnight in Madrid? 3 a.m. in Texas? Let's see who's out here chasing secrets in the dark. Hidden knowledge. There is a building in Vatican City that very few will ever enter. No tourists, no cameras, no whispers echoing off ancient marble, just silence, thick and absolute. It stands behind bronze doors and beneath the weight of 1,000 secrets both sacred and sinister. This is not a church, nor a chapel, but a library. Not just any library, the Vatican Apostolic Archive. And while it has been rebranded from Secret Archive to Apostolic, don't let the semantics fool you. This is the most impenetrable vault of human knowledge on earth. And perhaps the most terrifying. Because some believe that behind those reinforced doors and bulletproof glass, buried in climate-controlled catacombs of parchment and papyrus, is the kind of knowledge that could change everything. Rewrite history, rewire religion, rattle the very scaffolding of civilization. It's not just dusty theology or papal decrees. According to Legendo, according to Obsession Inside lies documentation of truths the Church would never allow to surface. Not now, not ever. Let's entertain a thought just for a minute. What if buried in the shelves of the archive is proof that our human history is wrong? That we've gotten the whole thing backwards? That ancient civilizations weren't primitive but advanced? That the origin stories we tell ourselves from Adam and Eve to the Big Bang are only shadows cast by something much more complex? People have speculated about maps that show Antarctica without ice, centuries before satellites. About scrolls that place humans on Earth, long before our known ancestors were walking upright. About coded documents exchanged between popes and astronomers, hinting at visitors from the stars. Extraterrestrials, ancient astronauts, divine imposters. Sounds crazy, right? But then again, why is the archive so heavily guarded? Why is access restricted to a handful of scholars every year, only after intense vetting, and even then, only to specific documents pre-approved by Vatican officials? Why does the Vatican need 53 miles of shelving, twice the length of Manhattan locked away from the world? The Vatican insists it's just old paperwork. Nothing to see here, folks. But it's hard not to raise an eyebrow when you learn that one of the few men who did have unrestricted access to the archive for decades was Malachi Martina, Jesuit priest, polyglot, and former Vatican insider who later defected and became a whistleblower of sorts. He claimed, before his death under mysterious circumstances, that the Church was hiding explosive materials proof of ancient beings, pre-human civilizations, and apocalyptic prophecies too destabilizing for the public. He said, if the contents of the archive were revealed, it would shake the world to its core. Now, sure, maybe that's the ravings of a man in decline. Or maybe, just maybe, it's the tip of an iceberg the size of time itself. Let's go deeper. In 2010, the Vatican opened a digital gallery showcasing a handful of its prized manuscripts. Among them, a 13th century map of the world that includes lands yet undiscovered by Europeans. Another, a letter describing lights in the sky that spoke in tongues. And perhaps most curious, a coded correspondence from the 1600s discussing those who descend from the sky with divine knowledge. Coincidence? Interpretation? Or intentional breadcrumbs? Consider this. the Church has long operated astronomical observatories. The most advanced of which, the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, VAT, is located in Arizona, far from Rome and its shadow. What's the Vatican doing with a high-powered telescope nestled in the American Southwest desert? Officially, they're studying origins, but some theorists argue they're watching something else. Perhaps waiting for something to return. That's where it gets disturbing. Because the archive may not just hold documents. Some claim it houses actual objects, artifacts retrieved from ancient ruins, or worse, from crash sites. Devices that aren't mechanical but biological. Manuscripts that describe how early church figures encountered beings they labeled as angels because they didn't have another word for them. Now, in the world of conspiracy, there's a rule. The best lies are made of 90% truth. The archive does contain letters from Galileo, Newton, and Kepler, men who danced on the edge of science and mysticism. It does contain medieval codices that talk of metal birds and chariots of fire. And yes, it does remain one of the most tightly controlled information vaults on the planet, where even the names of some stored documents remain classified. Is it really so insane to wonder what else might be inside? Here's a nightmare scenario. The Church has known, for centuries, that our understanding of the universe is a lie, that humanity's story has a missing chapter, and that to release that information would mean chaos, spiritual, political, existential. That's why they've sealed it off, not to protect us from the truth, but to protect them from losing control. Control of narrative, control of power, control of belief. Because if people suddenly realized that the events in Genesis were metaphors for extraterrestrial engineering, or that the gods of old were flesh and bone travelers from elsewhere, what would that do to faith? To society? To morality? Here's the thing. We love to mock conspiracy theories until one turns out to be true. We laughed at the idea of government surveillance until Snowden. We dismissed the existence of secret biolabs until they weren't so secret anymore. So maybe the Vatican's not just hoarding old letters and dusty maps. Maybe they're hoarding the greatest truths ever hidden. And maybe that's why access is so limited. It's not that they don't want you to see the documents. It's that they don't want the documents to see you. Because ideas are contagious, dangerous. Once you know, you can't unknow. Once the door cracks open, it can't be shut. And maybe, just maybe, that door has already been cracked. A whistleblower here, a strange leak there, an offhand remark by a cardinal during an off-camera interview, each one a thread. And if you pull the right one hard enough, the whole tapestry comes undone. So let's pull. Because if there really is proof of civilizations older than time, or artifacts not of this earth, or prophecies meant for a species not quite human, then we owe it to ourselves to ask the question the Church hopes we never ask. What else are they hiding? We know what they tell us, but what do they tell themselves? And that brings us to the next terrifying secretone, so dangerous, it was erased from the Bible entirely. Let's talk about the Gospels, the ones they don't want you to read. Suppressed Gospels. Imagine this. You're in a smoky, candlelit chamber in the year 325 CE. It's the Council of Nicaea, birth of Christian orthodoxy. The Roman Emperor Constantine looms like a statue in silk. Around him sit bishops, scholars, and scribes, all of them chosen, all of them terrified, all of them tasked with shaping the greatest story ever told. Not recording it, shaping it, deciding which books would become gospel, which tales would become heresy, which voices would echo through cathedrals for the next 2,000 years, and which would be buried. Literally. Because here's the unsettling truth. The Bible as we know it wasn't downloaded from heaven. It was edited, curated, selected from dozens, maybe hundreds of competing texts. Some were embraced, others exiled. Some told stories of resurrection and divinity, others told stories that were inconvenient. Stories where Jesus wasn't a solitary miracle worker, but part of a mystical sect. Stories where Mary Magdalene wasn't a prostitute but an apostle. Stories where salvation didn't require an institution, or a priest, or even a church. You can see the problem. Fast forward 17 centuries, and archaeologists digging in the Egyptian desert unearth the Nag Hammadi Library, a cache of lost gospels and Christian writings forgotten, burned, or hidden away during the earliest years of the Church's rise. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Judas, each one a theological bombshell. The Gospel of Thomas, for example, doesn't tell the story of Jesus' death at all. There's no crucifixion, no resurrection, just his words pure, mysterious, and deeply mystical. The kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. Not a savior to worship, but a teacher to emulate. The Gospel of Mary paints Mary Magdalene, not as a forgiven sinner, but as Jesus' most enlightened disciple, the one he trusted above Peter, the one who understood what the others didn't, the one whose voice, female, intuitive, threatening to a rigid patriarchy, was systematically silenced. And then there's Judas. Poor Judas. According to his gospel found in a dusty cave and ignored for decades, he wasn't a traitor, but the most trusted disciple. The only one Jesus could confide in. The only one strong enough to betray him, knowing it was necessary for the divine plan. In this version, Judas doesn't damn Christ. He fulfills him. These aren't Reddit theories. These are real texts, some dating back to the 1st and 2nd centuries, written in Coptic and Greek, smuggled across time by monks and mystics, preserved in jars like ancient dynamite. And where do many of the most complete versions of these texts now reside? You guessed it, the Vatican. Not in the museum, not on display, but in the archive, under lock and key. Catalogued, sanitized, kept out of the sunlight where heresies tend to grow wild and free. Why? Because these gospels threaten the blueprint, the scaffolding, the edifice built over centuries of power, persecution, and politics. If Jesus didn't die for our sins, or if he did, but also taught that enlightenment came from within, what does that say about the sacraments? About confession? About the Pope? What does it say about the Church? Now imagine if the Vatican were to one day announce that these apocryphal gospels were in fact true, that the early Church Fathers did suppress them, that they rewrote the narrative, edited the doctrine, reshaped the divine to consolidate power. It would be theological Chernobyl. That's why the Vatican, while acknowledging the texts exist, keeps them on a leash, technically public, practically invisible. And here's the twist. There are rumors persistent, chilling, unproven but impossible to kill that the Nag Hammadi cache was just the beginning. That deeper within the Vatican archive, stored in temperature-controlled vaults, are other gospels, ones that have never been published, never been seen. Ones that speak of Jesus' travels east, into India, of lost years spent with mystics, of teachings that sound suspiciously Buddhist, or Zoroastrian, or God forbid pagan. One whisper, supposedly leaked from a Jesuit insider, claims there's a gospel in which Jesus explicitly denies being divine. Another describes a ceremony involving Jesus and Mary Magdalene, possibly a marriage, possibly something else. These aren't just doctrinal curveballs, they're cannonballs aimed at the very hull of Catholicism. Because if Jesus was married, if he had children, if the Church knew and covered it up, we're not just talking about rewriting scripture. We're talking about rewriting bloodlines, lineages, the divine right of institutions that have ruled in his name for centuries. Now let's pause. There's a tendency to write all this off as Dan Brown fiction, the Da Vinci Code, airport paperbacks, and tinfoil hats. But here's what makes this different. The suppressed Gospels are real. They exist. You can read some of them today translated by scholars, footnoted, parsed, analyzed. And what they reveal is a Jesus who was radically different from the Sunday school version. Less divine superhero, more spiritual anarchist, less sacrificial lamb, more revolutionary philosopher. The Church's response? Complex. At times gracious, at times defensive. They acknowledge the text's historical value, then dismiss their theological authority. Which is a polite way of saying, yes, these exist. No, you may not believe them. But belief is a slippery thing. Once people know these texts' existence, they begin to read, to compare, to question. The spell starts to fracture. The central narrative begins to blur. And for the Vatican, there's nothing more terrifying than a believer with a magnifying glass. Because when faith is based on omission, truth becomes radioactive. Let's talk strategy. If you were trying to preserve the power of a global institution, what would you do with documents that threaten your foundation? You wouldn't burn them too obvious. You wouldn't destroy them too irreversible. You'd contain them, control the context, limit the access, frame the conversation. You'd say, these are interesting, but not inspired. You'd build an archive, guard it with protocols. Let a few credentialed scholars peek behind the curtain every now and then, just enough to appear transparent, but never enough to actually be transparent. It's the perfect balance. Acknowledge just enough to appear honest. Hide just enough to remain in control. And for centuries it worked. Until archaeology caught up. Until fragments started surfacing in the desert. Until digital scanners, rogue scholars, and anonymous leaks began doing what no inquisition could stop: connecting the dots. And here's where it gets dangerous. Because these aren't just old books, they're ideological grenades. If the Gospels of Thomas, Mary, or Judas ever became mainstream, it wouldn't just challenge the Church. It would challenge how we've come to define Jesus, salvation, sin, grace, heaven, hell, and everything in between. It would also beg a terrifying question: what else was suppressed? Because if these Gospels were hidden, what other knowledge has been buried? What about the idea that Jesus had a wife, that he fathered a bloodline, that his descendants may have survived, thrived, and disappeared into history? But that's the next secret. And it's even more controversial. Because it doesn't just challenge theology. It challenges genealogy. If your brain's already tingling and we've only just cracked the surface, imagine what's coming. If you haven't already, hit subscribe so you don't miss what's behind the next locked door. And tell me, where are you watching from? And what ungodly hour is it? Are you in Berlin at dawn? Jakarta at midnight? Let's map out this global rabbit hole together. Proof of Jesus' family. Picture a sun-bleached stone chamber buried beneath layers of Jerusalem dust. No signs, no plaques, just a locked box in a dimly lit corner, heavy with time. Inside, a bone boxer, ossuary with an inscription: James, son of Joseph, brother of Jesus. When this artifact surfaced in 2002, it sent theological shockwaves rippling across the globe. Not because of what it was, but because of what it implied. A familial connection, a bloodline. The Holy Family, not as abstract icons or painted halos, but as flesh and blood people with relatives, bonds, and if this ossuary is to be believed, siblings. And siblings mean something else. Jesus may not have been alone. Now, you'd think the discovery of a possible Jesus-related relic would excite the Church, prove his existence, validate his humanity. But the reaction from the Vatican was muted. Cold, uncomfortable. Why? Because if Jesus had siblings, what else did he have? A wife? Children? Descendants? This is where we tumble out of the realm of religious comfort and into the dark basement of forbidden speculation, a place the Vatican has spent centuries locking down, papering over, and metaphorically lighting on fire. Let's start with Mary Magdalene, No figure in the New Testament is more mistreated, misunderstood, and possibly misrepresented. For centuries, she was branded a prostitute, a sinner saved by Jesus. But there's nothing in the actual Gospels that says this. The smear campaign didn't start until Pope Gregory I in 591 CE declared her a penitent whore in a sermon that, in hindsight, reads more like character assassination than theology. Why would he do that? Because Mary Magdalene was dangerous. She was close to Jesus. She witnessed his resurrection. She was, according to the Gospel of Mary, the one not included in your Bible, his most trusted disciple. In some interpretations, she wasn't just a follower, she was the follower. And in several suppressed Gospels and Gnostic texts, her relationship with Jesus is described with language that's intimate, personal, physical. He kisses her. He defends her from the other disciples. He shares secrets with her that he doesn't share with Peter, John, or the rest. So let's say, hypothetically, that Mary Magdalene wasn't a prostitute, but a partner, not a symbolic witness to resurrection, but a literal wife. Now imagine the implications. A married Jesus fundamentally alters the core of Catholic theology. The image of a celibate, solitary, divine Messiah is central to the Church's moral authority. Priestly celibacy is modeled on this image. The entire structure of spiritual discipline leans on the assumption that Jesus renounced earthly pleasures, including marriage and sex, in favor of divine mission. If Jesus had a wife, then celibacy becomes optional, not sacred. If Jesus had a family, then divinity could have spread through DNA. And if that bloodline still exists, well, now you're playing with matches inside a powder keg. Let's turn the screw tighter. There's a theory, let's call it an idea so radioactive that even saying it aloud feels like heresy, that after the crucifixion, Mary Magdalene fled the Holy Land, pregnant. She traveled by boat, perhaps with Joseph of Arimathea, to the south of France, where she gave birth in exile. The bloodline of Christ continued. That's the story whispered in certain esoteric circles, detailed in apocryphal writings, hinted at in medieval lore, and outright claimed in certain Templar legends. It's also, of course, the foundational theory behind a certain best-selling thriller involving Da Vinci, secret societies, and hidden codes. But here's the thing. The reason that theory resonates so deeply isn't just because it's dramatic. It's because it makes a kind of brutal historical sense. If Jesus was fully humana's Christian doctrine, insists then the idea that he could fall in love, marry, and have children isn't absurd. It's logical. It's expected. In fact, in first-century Jewish culture, it would have been unusual for a man of his age and status not to marry. So where's the evidence? That's where the Vatican's silence gets loud. Whispers exist. Always whispers that the apostolic archive contains not just suppressed gospels, but genealogical records. That early Christian scribes chronicled the lives of Jesus' family members. That records of Jesus' supposed children, or at least their existence, were noted, debated, then locked away for eternity. Why? Because the Church wasn't built on the idea of family Jesus. It was built on celestial Jesus. Once you humanize him too much, once you tether him to children, or a wife, or a family line, you open a theological black hole. If his divinity was passed down through blood, then who inherits it? If his bloodline still walks the earth, then who are they? And if those people exist today, are they aware? Here's where the legend bends from heretical theory into full-blown Vatican horror story. There are persistent rumors that, over the centuries, secret societies often alleged to be tied to the Vatican itself have tracked this bloodline, protected it, or, more disturbingly, hunted it. Eliminated threats, burned evidence, kept the truth buried in 1,000 tiny graves. The Priory of Sion, the Knights Templar, the Jesuits, the Opus Dei. Pick your code name. They all have one thing in common: the belief that within the Vatican exists not just spiritual authority, but custodianship of a literal, living legacy. Now step back and ask the most dangerous question. What happens if that legacy becomes public? Imagine a DNA test somehow linked to ancient relics. Imagine a descendant stepping forward with verified genealogy. What happens to papal authority if someone claims, with proof, to be a direct descendant of Christ? You're not just rewriting theology. You're rewriting geopolitics, monarchies, messianic prophecy, the balance of power in the Western world. And that's why this theory unprovable, unpublishable, and unthinkably is so feared. Because it doesn't just chip away at doctrine, it threatens the very control structure of the Church. You might be wondering, couldn't the Vatican just deny it? Sure, but denial has a short shelf life in the age of leaks, digital scans, and underground archaeology. In fact, some believe that certain modern popes have attempted to slowly, cautiously prepare for this possibility. That the Church's gradual openness to science, to interfaith dialogue, to new interpretations, is part of a long-game strategy to soften the blow if this truth ever explodes. Because if Jesus had children, it doesn't just add a chapter to his story. It flips the entire book upside down. So the documents stay locked away. The records remain sealed. The bone boxes get lost. And the Church continues to draw a hard line between the Jesus they preach and the Jesus that may have once walked, loved, and fathered life. But if the Church is this terrified of Jesus having descendants, imagine how they feel about the idea that he warned us about something cosmic, apocalyptic, censored. Let's talk about the most ominous prophecy they've ever hidden, and why they may never show us the full third secret of Fatima. The third secret of Fatima. Portugal, 1917. 3 children, Lucia, Jacinta, and Francisco, stand trembling in the middle of a sun-soaked field near the town of Fatima. They claim to see her, a lady dressed in light. She hovers above an oak tree and tells them secrets. She comes not once, but 6 times, over 6 months, and by the final apparition, onlookers report the sun spinning in the sky. A glowing disk of fire whirling above the crowd, then crashing toward the earth before zigzagging back into place. It sounds impossible. It also happened in front of 70,000 witnesses. This is not fringe folklore. It's not a ghost story whispered by children around a fire. It's a canonical Catholic miracle of the sun, recognized and recorded by the Church itself. But the real terror lies not in the miracle. It lies in what was said. Because during one of those visions, the Lady of Fatima revealed 3 secrets to the children. The first 2 were revealed years later. One was a vision of hell, the second, a prophecy of the Second World War and the rise of Soviet communism. But the third was sealed, hidden away in the Vatican for decades. Why? Because it was too dangerous. Now, let's get something straight. Secrets don't remain secrets because they're boring. They remain secrets because they're dynamite. The third secret of Fatima wasn't just some apocalyptic bedtime story. According to multiple sources, including clergy who claim to have read it, was a chilling message about the future of the Church, the end of the world, or something far more mysterious. The Vatican finally released the official text of the third secret in the year 2000. It described a vision, a bishop dressed in white walking through a ruined city, praying for the dead, before being executed by a group of soldiers. It was vague, allegorical, tragic, and utterly anticlimactic. So anticlimactic, in fact, that even die-hard Catholics didn't buy it. Many pointed to Sister Lucia, the last surviving Fatima seer who had said the third secret could not be revealed until 1960, when its meaning will be clearer. That was long before the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II, which the Vatican later claimed the vision referred to. But here's the thing. Sister Lucia allegedly wrote a letter describing the secret and sent it to the Vatican in 1944. The letter was kept in the Pope's personal safe until 2000, when the Vatican decided to reveal its contents. Only, there's a problem. Multiple eyewitnesses, including Cardinal Bertone and others close to the papacy, described the original letter as a single sheet of paper, handwritten, folded multiple times. The released official version? A 4-page typed document. So, which one is the real third secret? And more importantly, what's in the missing version? Here's where the rumors get intense. Some say the original secret contains a prophecy of a great apostasy that a future pope or group of high-ranking clergy would lead the church into ruin. Others suggest it references a nuclear apocalypse or even a cosmic event, something that would tear open the sky and expose humanity to a truth it could not survive. Still others say the secret contains references to a spiritual deception so powerful that even the faithful would be fooled. That Satan would enter the church at its highest levels. That the final battle between good and evil would take place within the Vatican itself. Think about that. Not a war outside the church, but inside. Not between nations, but between ideologies. A slow rot from the top down. A doctrinal collapse. No wonder they kept it hidden. If you're the Vatican, you don't just reveal a document that suggests the Pope might be a false prophet, or that the church could one day become a tool of evil. You file that thing so deep, so dark, that even angels couldn't find it. But the truth has a way of leaking. Over the years, various priests, scholars, and even cardinals have dropped breadcrumbs. Cardinal Ratzinger, who later became Pope Benedict XVI, hinted that the third secret referred to dangers to the faith and life of Christians that would emerge from within the church. Malachi Martin, the controversial Jesuit we've met before, went further. He claimed the secret involved a vision of a global cataclysm that would follow a Vatican betrayal. And then there's the letter itself. According to some, the original letter was so explosive that multiple popes simply refused to read it. John the 23 reportedly opened it, read the first few lines, and said, "This does not concern my papacy." Paul VI is said to have wept upon reading it. John Paul I, who died mysteriously after just 33 days in office, had apparently been preparing to make the secret public. He never got the chance. Coincidence? Let's go darker. There's a fringe theory, but one echoed in hushed tones, even within certain church circles, that the third secret does not predict the future. It confirms the past, that it names a long-concealed heresy. A lie so massive, it would invalidate centuries of doctrine. Some even believe it includes references to extraterrestrials, not as little green men, but as beings described in Scripture as angels, watchers, or Nephilim. A coded warning that what humanity has long considered divine might be something else, entirely, something far more complex, more advanced, more dangerous. The Lady of Fatima, in this theory, was not a manifestation of the Virgin Mary, but a messenger from beyond, a being cloaked in imagery the children could understand, speaking in riddles, delivering a multi-layered warning that the church could never decode, or, worse, refused to decode. Because decoding it would mean admitting the unthinkable, that revelation isn't always divine, that some visions are surveillance, that some miracles are messages, that we are not alone, and maybe never were. Now, you might say, that's too far, that's science fiction. But remember, we're talking about a church that operates one of the most advanced observatories in the world, that employs theologians trained in astrobiology. that has issued statements preparing the faithful for the possibility of non-human life. The same church that once imprisoned Galileo for saying the earth moves. The same church that said Fatima was real then took half a century to release the final vision. This is an institution that knows the power of mystery, of silence, of controlling a narrative not by lying, but by omitting. So the question remains, what's in the real third secret? A warning about a Vatican collapse? A cosmic catastrophe? A betrayal from within? A return of something someone may not quite holy? We may never know. But here's what we do know. Secrets are only kept when they're more dangerous than the truth. And if this one has been buried for over 100 years, suppressed through papacies, papal deaths, and public demand, then it must be devastating. The kind of secret you hide, not just to protect your institution, but to protect your very reality. And if the third secret was terrifying enough to seal away for a century, what does that say about the Church's other secrets? The ones they claim to have already shared, the ones we think we understand. Like the trial of one man who dared to say the universe didn't revolve around the earth. A man who was right. A man the Church tried to erase. Let's talk about Galileo, and what the Vatican didn't want us to read. Galileo's full trial records. The scene is Rome, 1633. A man in his late 60s, with thin white hair and a reputation heavier than the planet he once dared to describe, kneels before the Inquisition. His name is Galileo Galilei. His crime? Saying something that everyone today takes for granted. The earth moves. He didn't say it lightly. He said it with math, with telescopes, with logic. He said it knowing it might ruin him, and it did. What most people know is this. Galileo was tried by the Catholic Church for heresy. He was forced to recant. He lived the rest of his life under house arrest, a martyr of science. A symbol of reason triumphing, eventually, over dogma. What most people don't know is this. The full trial records weren't made public for centuries. And even now, some suspect they still aren't. Here's where it gets sinister. Officially, Galileo's trial documents were rediscovered in the 19th century, dusted off, translated, and declared complete. The Vatican said, "This is everything. You can read it." The condemnation, the abjuration, the house arrest. But several historians and Vatican insiders whisper a different story. They claim there's more, that buried within the apostolic archive deep in the forbidden stacks are unreleased transcripts, letters, annotations, internal memos from cardinals who feared what Galileo's discoveries might lead to. Not just scientific fallout, but theological panic. Because Galileo didn't just say the earth moves, he implied something worse. That the universe is vast. That the earth is not the center. That humanity is not the point. Let's unpack that. At the time, the Church wasn't just protecting a cosmological model, it was protecting a metaphysical hierarchy. Heaven above, hell below, humans in the middle, God's favorite species, watched over, judged, saved. But if Earth is just one spinning rock among billions, if the heavens are not above but all around, then the whole scaffolding collapses. Galileo saw this. He saw the implications, and some believe that in private correspondence letters, possibly now buried in the Vatican archive, he went further. He speculated about life elsewhere, about the insignificance of mankind, about the idea that theology might have to evolve. The Church couldn't allow that. The public version of the trial was already brutal. Galileo was shown the instruments of torture. He was threatened with excommunication. He was forced to stand before his judges and recant the truth he could see through his telescope. But what if the private version was worse? Some believe that missing from the public record are entire sessions closed-door interrogations where Galileo was asked not just about Copernicus, but about metaphysics, about God, about creation, about whether he thought the Bible could be wrong. And according to legend, he said yes. Not in so many words, but enough to terrify the church. Because if the earth isn't special, then the story of Genesis is symbolic. And if Genesis is symbolic, then original sin is a metaphor. And if original sin is a metaphor, then why did Christ need to die? It's not about astronomy, it's about dominoes. And Galileo may have known this. He may have written about it. Some claim he composed a lost treatise, while under house arrest an essay or letter that expands on his heliocentric model and its spiritual implications. One version even has him describing the stars as the eyes of distant worlds. Where is that letter now? No one knows. Or rather, someone does. The Vatican has acknowledged the existence of additional documents related to Galileo's case that are not part of the standard public file. These include correspondences between cardinals, personal notes, and possibly transcripts never meant to leave the inquisitorial chamber. What could be in them? One chilling possibility. Proof that Galileo didn't recant voluntarily, that he was psychologically tortured, starved, threatened with execution. That his confession was not a change of heart, but a survival tactic. If true, that undermines the Church's version of events not just morally, but historically. Another possibility, that the trial was about more than astronomy, that Galileo was becoming a symbol, that his ideas spreading through universities, whispered in taverns, sketched in notebooks were igniting a spark the Church couldn't control. A spark that questioned the entire architecture of divine authority. That kind of heresy doesn't just get you house arrest. It gets you erased. So what did the Church do? They buried him. Not literally, his tomb is in Florence, but figuratively, they tried to scrub his influence. They placed his works on the index of forbidden books. They edited his dialogue to soften its punch. And perhaps most damningly, they locked away the full truth of his trial, ensuring that future generations would only see the sanitized version. But the cracks have always been there. In 1992, nearly 400 years after the trial, Pope John Paul II finally acknowledged the Church's error. He said Galileo was right. He called the condemnation a tragic misunderstanding. But he didn't release new documents. He didn't open the archive. He didn't explain why it took 4 centuries to admit the obvious. Because to do that would raise another question. What else is in the archive? What else was suppressed, destroyed, redacted? And here's where the paranoia starts to feel justified. If the Church could silence a man for saying the earth moves, if they could delay his rehabilitation for 359 years, if they could restrict access to his trial for centuries, then what would they do to suppress something even more volatile? A relic, an object, a weapon. Because the next secret isn't about documents. It's about an artifact. A legendary spear soaked in myth, power, and blood. And according to some, it's hidden beneath the Vatican. Waiting. The spear of destiny. It's an object. A shard of iron history dipped in divinity, wrapped in conspiracy, and sharpened by myth. A weapon so sacred that some say whoever possesses it controls the fate of the world. It's called the Spear of Destiny. Or, more biblically, the Holy Lance. According to legend, this was the weapon used by the Roman centurion Longinus to pierce the side of Jesus as he hung on the cross. Blood and water flowed from the wound. And with that, the spear became more than metal. It became a relic, a symbol, a talisman, and, eventually, a curse. Let's cut through the haze. The Church acknowledges the existence of relics believed to be the Holy Lance. Fragments, shards, pieces housed in cathedrals across Europe. But none of them nor kept on public display within the Vatican. That doesn't mean the Vatican doesn't have one. In fact, some believe the real spear of destiny is hidden away in the Vatican's subterranean vaults, kept out of sight, out of reach, and very deliberately out of history. Why? Because the spear of destiny isn't just a religious relic, it's a magnet for power, and power attracts monsters. Let's rewind history's bloodiest tapes. Charlemagne reportedly carried the spear into battle. He conquered most of Western Europe and died the moment he dropped it. Frederick Barbarossa wielded it during the Crusades and drowned days after losing it. Napoleon tried to get it, failed. Hitler got it, held it, obsessed over it. In 1938, during the annexation of Austria, Hitler seized the Holy Lance from Vienna's Hofburg Museum. He believed it made him invincible. For 7 years, he kept it close. Then, in 1945, the Allies recovered it. Hours later, Hitler was dead. Coincidence? Maybe. But try selling that to the men who recovered the artifact, to the historians who charted its path, to the occultists who whisper that the spear isn't just symbolis, it's charged. What if they're right? What if the spear of destiny holds more than myth? Let's follow the thread. The Vatican has always had a complicated relationship with relics. On the surface, they venerate them splinters of the true cross, vials of saintly blood, bones wrapped in gold. They display these publicly, surrounded by incense and glass. But others? They disappear, like the spear. No one can confirm its location. The Vatican claims it doesn't have it, that it might still be in Vienna, or Paris, or Constantinople. Maybe it was lost. Maybe it was never real. But insiders tell a different story. According to Whispersand, they are always whispers. Spear was smuggled into Vatican territory in the aftermath of World War II, quietly, secretly, not to honor it, but to hide it. Why? Because it had become too dangerous. A relic once believed to grant divine authority was now linked to global war, genocide, madness. It had become a symbol of absolute control and absolute destruction. And in the wrong hands, it was a weapon not of God, but of hubris. So the Church did what it always does with terrifying truths. It buried it. There are corridors beneath the Vatican that no map will show you, vaults so deep, so well guarded, that even cardinals don't know what's inside. Temperature controlled, radiation shielded. Designed not just to preserve, but to contain. Some say the spear lies there now, wrapped in lead, locked behind multiple layers of security, guarded not because it's precious, but because it's cursed. And here's the real horror. Some believe it's not the only one. Because what if the Church has collected other relics like it? Objects not of this earth, or at least not bound by our understanding of it. Artifacts linked to apocalyptic events, to divine visions, to historical collapses. What if the spear isn't just a one-off? What if it's part of a vault of control, a vault of fear, a vault where the Church keeps the tools not to guide humanity, but to survive it? Let's go deeper. The spear isn't just a relic, it's a theological paradox. According to certain interpretations, it represents the moment Christ's humanity was confirmed, when blood flowed, when pain became real, when the divine suffered like the mortal. But what if there's more? What if Longinus, often mythologized as blind, until his spear brought vision, wasn't just a Roman soldier? Some stories say he converted, that he carried the spear until his death, that it was passed down, that it became part of a secret lineage, guarded by an unbroken chain of custodians, some saints, some sinners. Now pause. Imagine the Vatican knows this. Imagine they have the full genealogy, the full history, not the public myth, but the hidden reality. Imagine they know exactly where the spear has been, what it's done, who it's killed. And imagine they're terrified, not just of the power it holds, but of what it means? Because if the spear of destiny is real, if it truly grants power to its holder, as history suggests, then its very existence calls into question the nature of divine authority. If Charlemagne ruled because of a relic, if Hitler rose because of a relic, then where does God's will end and man's ambition begin? That's not a question the Church wants to answer. So they hide the spear. They deny it exists. They build layers of myth around it, then bury the truth beneath the stories. A tactic older than Rome itself. Because the real terror isn't the relic. It's what people will do to possess it. And here's the final twist. Some believe the spear isn't just a tool of war. It's a key. A device. A trigger. According to the most fringe interpretations, the spear of destiny was never meant to kill. It was meant to open something, activate something, a portal, a lock, a prophecy. Some claim ancient texts deep in the Vatican archive describe a ritual involving the spear, that it can awaken an ancient force, not a demon, not a god, something older. And the Church? They're keeping it sealed. For now. But what happens if someone breaks the lock? What happens if the spear finds its way back into the world? Are we talking about a resurgence of divine power? Or the rebirth of something far darker? These are questions the Vatican will never answer. But their silence screams. Because the truth isn't just dangerous. It's sharpened like a weapon. And just like Galileo, who showed them a new universe, the spear shows them a new terror. A terror they've hidden. But what if, beneath that terror, is something worse? Not divine power, but human corruption. Blood money, backroom deals, murder in the name of God. Let's talk about the Vatican Bank and the mafia. Mafia ties and money laundering. Welcome to the Vatican Bank. Officially known as the Institute for the Works of Religion, it sounds like a place where sacred money meets sacred mission, holy finance, angelic accounting. A divine ledger where every coin is pressed with a cross. But step behind the facade, behind the white walls, beneath the frescoed ceilings, past the Swiss garden, you'll find something else. Not divine order, but financial chaos, tunnels of secrecy, decades of rumors, scandals, cover-ups, and corpses. Welcome to the dirtiest money in Christendom. Let's be clear from the start. The Vatican Bank is not just a bank, it's a black box. A sovereign financial entity with no shareholders, no national oversight, and until very recently, no real transparency. Its accounts are secret, its transactions are private, its clientele, select. Exclusive. Untouchable. At least, they were supposed to be. But the Vatican Bank has spent more time embroiled in scandal than in prayer, and the more you dig, the darker it gets. We start in the 1970s. A man named Michele Sindona, a banker, a consigliere, a Vatican financial advisor, was laundering mafia money through the bank. Billions flowed through his hands, disguised in fake companies and phony charities. He was tight with the Gambino family, tight with the Vatican, and tightening the noose around everyone's neck, including his own. Then there's Roberto Calvi, aka God's banker, chairman of Banco Ambrosiano, which had deep ties to the Vatican Bank. Calvi moved massive amounts of money through shell companies and dummy accounts, many linked to the Holy See. He funneled money to political groups, paramilitary organizations, and, allegedly, the mafia. He knew everything. And in 1982, he was found hanging beneath Blackfriars Bridge in London. Bricks stuffed in his pockets, a rope around his neck. The verdict, suicide. The truth, not a chance. Calvi was murdered. Why? Because he was the hinge between organized crime and organized religion. A man who could blow the whistle, name names, burned down the financial cathedral, and he was silenced. Now here's where it gets Vatican-level terrifying. The bank was involved, not as a passive bystander, but as an active participant. After Calvi's death, investigators found evidence that the Vatican Bank had issued letters of patronage backing Banco Ambrosiano's shady operations. Billions vanished. The Vatican issued a vague statement expressing moral concern, then refused to accept legal responsibility. No one went to prison. No one was excommunicated. The money never came back. Because in Vatican City, crime doesn't just pay. It preys. This wasn't a one-time failure. It was a system. A system that for decades operated in the shadow sun-taxed, unaudited, and in many cases, untraceable. The Vatican Bank allowed powerful figures to move money globally, away from prying eyes. Dictators, drug lords, arms dealers, clergy with very unholy habits. It became a haven, a laundromat with stained glass windows. And the church? It kept the machine running. Until one man tried to shut it down. Pope John Paul I. Elected in 1978, he was known as the Smiling Pope. Humble, reform-minded, dangerous. He had questions about the bank, about its ties to Calvi, about Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, the bank's president and rumored mafia liaison. He wanted audits, transparency, accountability. 33 days later, he was dead. Heart attack, they said. No autopsy, no investigation. His personal effects vanished, his body embalmed within hours. A man trying to clean house dead in his bedroom before the ink dried on his first reform. Coincidence? The Vatican says yes. Everyone else says no. Let's talk about Marcinkus, the American archbishop who led the Vatican Bank through its most corrupt era. He was accused, though never charged, of facilitating mafia money laundering, shielding dirty accounts, and obstructing investigations. And yet, when he was subpoenaed by Italian authorities in the 1980s, the Vatican refused to hand him over. They shielded him under diplomatic immunity. He lived out his days quietly, died in Arizona, never faced justice. Because in Vatican City, justice isn't blind. It's gagged. And it didn't stop in the 80s. In 2009, the Vatican was caught once again in a web of financial deceit, this time involving suspicious transfers totaling hundreds of millions. The Italian government froze Vatican accounts. The bank's president was investigated. Eventually, he resigned. The charges were dropped, as always. But the message was clear. The laundering never really stopped. It just got smarter. More digital, more encrypted, less obvious, but the fundamentals remained. The Vatican Bank was still a hub of shadow wealth. Accounts were held in false names. Some were allegedly used to fund weapons deals. Others funneled money to political movements. Some even claimed covert operations were financed through the bank proxy wars, espionage, counterintelligence. If true, that makes the Vatican not just a spiritual entity, but a geopolitical player. An invisible power broker operating behind a curtain of incense and Latin prayers. Now, to its credit, Pope Francis has tried to clean house. He's fired officials, hired auditors, shut down hundreds of suspicious accounts. He's made moves to increase transparency, to submit the bank to international financial standards. But even he admits it's a battle. Because the corruption runs deep. The Vatican isn't a monolith. It's a battlefield of factionsome, loyal to reform, others to tradition, and others, still, to darker interests. And the bank? It's the war chest. Whoever controls the money controls the church. Which means, if you want to find the real power, don't look to the altar. Look to the vault. Now let's talk fear. Because the Vatican Bank's history is soaked in it. Whistleblowers die. Documents vanish. Financial reformers are exiled. retired, silenced. Ask yourself, why would a religious institution need such a complex, opaque financial system? Why would it need offshore companies? Why would it operate more like a crime syndicate than a church? Maybe because it isn't just about faith. It's about control. Money is power. And the Vatican Bank, for decades, was the lever behind the curtain, not guiding souls to heaven, but money to wherever it was needed. Sometimes good, sometimes evil. Always secret. 7 secrets down, and we're barely through the front door. If you're still here, you're exactly the kind of person this channel was made for, so hit subscribe, and let's keep peeling back the layers together. Also, I've gotta know, where are you watching from? And what time is it over there? Is the Vatican whispering while your whole house sleeps? Drop it in the comments. Secret accounts. There is a ledger somewhere inside the Vatican Bank. Not the kind you'll ever see printed, digitized, or disclosed. Not even the kind whispered over espresso by cardinals after midnight. This ledger, if it exists, doesn't sit on a shelf. It doesn't have a cover. It's a concept, a myth, a ghost account of ghost accounts. A list of names, numbers, vaults, within vaults. Money moved in silence, hidden beneath layers of moral authority and diplomatic immunity. This isn't about gold bars stacked behind frescoes. This is about secrets with passwords. Because the Vatican Bank, formerly the Institute for the Works of Religion, is not just a bank, it's an anomaly, a loophole, a sovereign financial black hole that obeys no one's rules but its own. No SWIFT codes, no public balance sheet, no obligation to report anything to anyone. It's not accountable to Italy, not to the EU, not to the United Nations, not to God. The only entity it answers to is itself, which makes it the perfect hiding place. Over the decades, there have been whispers then, reports then, half-acknowledged scandals involving secret accounts at the Vatican Bank. Not one or two, hundreds, possibly thousands. Some under false names, some under code phrases, some under aliases of dead clerics who haven't walked the earth in centuries. And no one knows who they really belong to, except maybe the devil, or, worse, the church. Let's rewind to the Cold War. In those years, the Vatican wasn't just managing money, it was maneuvering it. CIA-linked funds moved through its corridors. Anti-communist operations were bankrolled with hush money. Right-wing regimes in Latin America found the Vatican Bank to be a very quiet place to park a few million in unmarked bills. Accounts would be opened in the name of a charitable order, say, the Sisters of Eternal Compassion. Then suddenly, tens of millions would flow in. From where? Who knows? To whom? Don't ask. That's the power of sovereignty. It creates fog. And in the fog, anything can hide. Here's a more recent example. In the early 2000s, the Vatican Bank was accused of sheltering assets linked to the collapse of Banco Ambrosiano. Billions had gone missing. Some of it was traced to ghost companies and shadow accounts. A few journalists claimed to have uncovered Vatican accounts opened by clerical fronts, priests who never existed, monastic orders that had dissolved centuries ago. The money just sat there. No movement, no claims. Just a name, a number, a wall of silence. You begin to see the pattern. If you want to hide money from the world, you don't bury it. You sanctify it. You open an account in the most untouchable institution on earth. You link it to a charitable foundation, a missionary fund, a fictitious seminary in a conflict zone. Then you do nothing. Or you do everything. Either way, no one can track it. No one can audit it, because no one is allowed in. And those who try? They get stonewalled, or worse. In 2012, a Vatican official turned whistleblower claimed that at least 1,000 secret accounts existed at the Institute, many of them used for money laundering, others for tax evasion, some allegedly for darker purposes, payments to silence scandals, transfers to intelligence agencies, even slush funds for black ops. The response? Denial, investigation, silence. The accounts vanished. Were they shut down, moved, disguised under new names? No one knows. Because the Vatican doesn't reveal its ledgers, not fully, not voluntarily. Even after multiple calls for transparency, it resists. Why? Because the secrets aren't just financial, they're relational. Think about it. A secret account is not just money, it's leverage. A cardinal with an offshore vault is a cardinal with a collar around his neck. A politician with Vatican ties is a politician who can be controlled. A criminal with funds in the Holy See is a criminal with a divine insurance policy. It's not just money laundering, it's moral laundering. It turns blood money into holy water. And here's where it gets dangerous. Some believe the Vatican uses secret accounts to fund operations that would never survive public scrutiny. Not just politics, not just diplomacy, but manipulation. Imagine funding a media outlet to shape narratives. Imagine paying off officials to block legislation. Imagine siphoning money into biotech companies under the guise of medical missions, only to develop tech meant for surveillance or behavioral control. Now imagine you could do all that and no one would know. No paper trail, no jurisdiction, no consequence. That's what the Vatican Bank offers. Sanctified invisibility. It's the ultimate offshore haven floating not in the Caribbean but in the heart of Rome. Protected not by bribes but by centuries of papal infallibility and diplomatic immunity. And here's the theological irony. While the Church preaches poverty, its bank hides fortunes. While it condemns corruption, it guards accounts no one can inspect. While it urges believers to give everything to God, it keeps everything to itself. Now ask yourself, who benefits? Certainly not the average Catholic, not the priest in a forgotten parish, not the nuns who work for scraps in war zones. The benefits go elsewhere too. The elite, the compromised, the powerful. And the Church? It gets deniability. It gets leverage. It gets silence. Because a secret account is more than a number. It's a threat, a whisper in a corridor. A warning that says, we know what you did. We know where your money is. We know what you need kept quiet. It's power. And in the Vatican, power is always wrapped in gold leaf and dipped in holy water. But beneath it all, it's still fear. And if secret accounts are the Church's silent weapons, then next comes the fallout. The reason for the fear. The conspiracy so big, it comes wrapped in death. Let's talk about the money behind the madness. Let's talk about what and who those secret accounts were really protecting. Next, we open the most whispered, most speculated, most radioactive scandal in modern Church history. The death of Pope John Paul. I was just the beginning. Now we follow the money, straight into the nightmare. Let's talk about how the Vatican Bank may have funded activities that were never supposed to see the light of day. Funding controversial activities. It begins with a signature. A flourish of ink across a page no one is allowed to read. Somewhere deep inside the apostolic palace, in a room with no windows and too many locks, someone authorizes a transfer. Just a few million. Maybe 10. Maybe 100. It moves from one account to another. From a missionary foundation to an obscure holding company. From that company to a shell corporation. From there, it vanishes, disperses, disappears. Until it reappears in places it shouldn't be. On a war-torn border. In the hands of men with guns. In propaganda leaflets fluttering across villages. In envelopes handed off in backroom meetings with world leaders. in clinics where experiments are being run on the most desperate human lives. What if the Vatican Bank doesn't just launder money? What if it launders intent? What if it funds operations that should never have been touched by holy hands? Let's rewind to the Cold War. The Church presented itself as a moral bulwark against atheistic communism, but behind the sermons and sanctity, it was playing chess. The Vatican had a stake in the outcome. If communism spread, it meant a world without religion, a world where popes became relics, not rulers. So it fought, quietly, through proxy. Money flowed through the Vatican Bank in two groups fighting the red tide. Some were democratic resistance fighters. Some were paramilitary death squads. Did the Church know? It had to. There were briefings, diplomatic cables, intelligence meetings. The Vatican's vast diplomatic network, the second largest in the world after the United States, was humming with updates, and the money kept flowing. Millions funneled into Latin America, into El Salvador, Guatemala, Argentina, into groups that later committed atrocities, torture, assassinations, mass graves. How much did the Church know? How much did it choose not to know? The defense was always the same. We were fighting for God, for the soul of the West. But what is the price of a soul? Is it worth turning churches into armories? Is it worth baptizing bullets? Because it didn't stop with communism. The same tactics used to battle atheism in the 20th century were later repurposed. Some allege that the Vatican Bank was involved in financing covert operations against political movements that threatened Catholic dominance. Leftist governments, secular education initiatives, feminist organizations advocating for reproductive rights, and not just abroad. Inside Italy, the Vatican's money moved through P2 Propaganda Due, a secret Masonic lodge whose members included judges, media moguls, bankers, and military brass. Their goal? To steer the Italian government in a direction aligned with Vatican values, to counteract liberalization, to preserve moral order. That's one way to say it. Another way is to say ideological manipulation via sacred funds. And what happens when that manipulation backfires? You get scandals. You get suicides that look like executions. You get prime ministers mysteriously vanishing, only to be found dead in the trunk of a Fiat. And still, the Church remains untouchable. Because every time the money trail goes cold, the Vatican throws up walls of secrecy, diplomatic immunity, religious privilege, silence. But the rumors persist. That Vatican money helped fund Operation Condor, a coordinated effort by South American dictatorships to eliminate political opponents across borders. That Vatican money supported apartheid-era figures in South Africa under the guise of spiritual outreach. That Vatican money funded covert research programs in psychology, crowd control, and even early-stage behavior modification. Programs so controversial, they were later scrubbed from history. Ask yourself, why does a church need a secret budget? Not a general fund, not a line item for papal robes and missionary soup kitchens, but a slush fund. Untraceable, unreportable, indefensible, because it gives them the ability to act without consequence, to shape the world while claiming innocence. And it's not just about political control. It's about cultural engineering. The Church has long fought to maintain its grip on social issues, marriage, gender, morality, and when public opinion sways, it doesn't just preach louder. It funds resistance. Institutes, think tanks, legal teams, media outlets, all powered by money that flows from accounts whose origins are obscured by layers of shell companies and financial intermediaries. Money that began in the hands of the faithful, donated in good faith, and weaponized in secret. You see the betrayal. Because what if your Sunday donation isn't going to feed the hungry but to hire lobbyists who crush legislation for the poor? What if the Vatican's charitable organizations are just smokescreens? It wouldn't be the first time. There are documented cases, though rarely prosecuted, of Vatican-linked charities being used as financial fronts, NGOs that never had an office, clinics that never opened, orphanages that never took in a single child. But they received funding, and that funding disappeared. No oversight. No audits. Just silence. Then there's the more esoteric side. Some claim quietly, without evidence but with endless speculation, that the Vatican funds archaeological digs in remote locations, sites unrelated to Christianity, pagan temples, prehistoric ruins, and they're not funding these digs for scholarship. They're looking for something. Artifacts. Information. Proof. Of what? No one knows. Or if someone does, they're not talking. Because whatever it is, it's big enough to fund under aliases, hide from governments, and protect with layers of legal firewalls. And then there's the question of prophecy, of eschatology, of the end. Some believe Vatican money has been funneled into survival projects, underground shelters, off-the-grid compounds, not just for protection but for preservation, as if certain factions within the church believe that something is coming. Not just spiritual warfare, but collapse. And they're funding their ark quietly, strategically, through accounts that don't exist. At least, not officially. Because if you peel back the curtain far enough, if you trace the money down the spiral staircase of secrets, you eventually find not gold, not checks, not documents, but decisions made by men who believe they are above consequence, because they're playing with God's money. But what if it isn't God they're playing for? What if it's power? What if it always has been? And if money is power and secret money is absolute power, then what happens when a pope tries to cut it off? What happens when someone inside says, "Enough"? We already know the answer. We've seen what happens to reformers, to truth-tellers, to men like Pope John Paul I, or to others who asked too many questions. Because sometimes the church doesn't silence with fire or sword. Sometimes it silences with money, but not always. Sometimes it silences with shadows, with threats, with fear, and with rituals it doesn't want the world to see. The Vatican's gold reserves. Gold doesn't preach, it doesn't bless, it doesn't kneel, confess, or forgive, but it listens, it waits, it remembers. And according to centuries of whispers, vaults of it lie in silence beneath the Vatican. More than coins, more than chalices, more than gilded altars and holy trinkets, we're talking metric tons, bullion, bars, stacks of gold hoarded not for display, but for dominance. Because, while the Vatican may appear to walk in the footsteps of Christ's barefoot prophet, the man of Pisit's hidden treasury might tell a story less about sacrifice and more about survival and power. Let's start with what we know. The Vatican has a bank, officially called the Institute for the Works of Religion, IOR. It operates like any high-level financial institution. It holds billions in assets. It invests. It lends. It launders? That part is up for debate and investigation. What's not publicly detailed is its physical gold. In fact, ask the Vatican about its gold reserves, and you'll get numbers that feel vague, rounded, or borrowed from someone else. Literally. The only public figure commonly referenced is around 20 to 30 million euros in gold, most of which is reportedly stored with the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. But that number? It's small. Too small. Especially for an institution that's been accumulating wealth for nearly 2,000 years tax-free. So where's the rest? That's the question conspiracy theorists, rogue economists, and even a few suspicious cardinals have been asking for decades. Because scattered through historical ledgers, wartime documents, papal decrees, and diplomatic whispers, there are breadcrumbs. of vast holdings. Hidden, unacknowledged, and perhaps untouchable. Let's talk history. The Catholic Church once ruled half of Europe. Popes were kings, and kings paid tribute. In gold. Tons of it. Every coronation, every papal alliance, every war-funded crusade included shipments of gold, collected as tribute or tithe. During the medieval period, the Church received a staggering flow of wealth from monarchs desperate for salvation, indulgence, or a political edge. But gold doesn't vanish. It doesn't rot. It doesn't die. So where is it? Some of it sits in museums. Some in cathedrals, but not all. Not even close. Because there are records scattered, fragile, rarely acknowledged of gold being stored beneath the Vatican during the Napoleonic Wars to keep it safe from French looting. Then again during World War I. Then again during World War II. Each time, more gold was added. Each time, less came back out. And then there's the most infamous whisper of them all. The Nazi gold train. According to numerous post-war investigations, the Vatican was implicated in the laundering of looted Nazi assets, much of it gold stolen from Jewish families, Eastern European treasuries, and resistance groups. Some historians claim that part of this treasure, black gold, as it's been dubbed, was funneled through Vatican, controlled routes and stored in Swiss accounts, some of which the Church allegedly had access to. The Vatican, of course, denies it. Officially. But several investigations, including declassified CIA and OSS reports, hint that high-ranking Church officials knew and did nothing. Or, worse, benefited. Now, let's talk about the vaults. It's known that the Vatican possesses deep underground storage chambers. Some are for archives. Others sealed, guarded, said to contain treasures, not on any inventory. Eyewitnesses describe massive steel doors beneath the apostolic palace. No labels, no access, armed guards, no tourists. The few contractors and technicians who've glimpsed inside speak of long hallways filled with climate-controlled safes. But what's inside? Gold, one reportedly said. A lot of it. But why hoard gold? The Vatican isn't a corporation. It prints no currency. It controls no trade routes. At least, not officially. But gold isn't just money. It's leverage. In times of crisis, it buys protection. In negotiations, it purchases silence. In emergencies, it ensures survival. There's a theory that the Vatican's gold reserves aren't for wealth but for endgame strategy. If the global economy collapses, gold buys rebirth. If governments fail, gold buys new alliances. If prophecy unfolds, gold buys time. Because gold is incorruptible. It outlives regimes, empires, dogmas. And the Church knows this, which is why they might never sell it, only guard it. And here's the darker twist. Some believe the gold isn't all from Earth. Yes, we're going there. Certain fringe theories tie this segment back to earlier secret Stowe ancient technology, to alien contact. They claim that some of the Vatican's gold was not mined, but gifted, from civilizations long lost or visitors never named. Impossible to prove. But some claim that tests on a handful of Vatican relics returned anomalous isotopic signatures. Gold, but not entirely terrestrial. If true, this wouldn't just be gold as currency. It would be gold as evidence. And what better place to bury evidence than in the holiest vault on earth? Still, perhaps the most unsettling question isn't where the gold is. It's what the Church is willing to do to keep it. Because rumors persist of whistleblowers silenced, of clerics excommunicated for asking too much, of Swiss guards reassigned after patrolling the lower vaults. One Jesuit, in a letter smuggled out of Rome and later published anonymously, wrote, "The gold is not wealth, it is witness. it proves what the Church has always denied. He died 6 months later. Heart attack. Of course. So maybe the Vatican's financial statements are clean. Maybe there's no secret gold. Maybe the ledgers are honest. And maybe the sun orbits the earth. Because when it comes to the Vatican, the deeper you go literally, the heavier the truth becomes. And nothing is heavier than gold. Next, we peel back the final layer. Not of wealth, but of origin. The last great Vatican suspicion. Let's ask the question they fear most. Is the Church really 2,000 years old? Or was it built on older bones? Let's talk about the true age of the Church. The true age of the Church. 2,000 years. That's the number, the milestone, the claim etched into every crucifix, sung in every hymn, painted across cathedral domes like a badge of spiritual seniority. The Catholic Church, by its own account, was founded directly by Jesus Christ around 33 AD, when he said to Peter, "Upon this rock I will build my church." Simple, direct, holy, and perhaps not entirely true. Because behind the polished narrative of apostolic succession lies a darker, more fragmented question so destabilizing that even whispering it could rattle the theological infrastructure of half the world. What if the Church, as we know it, is younger? Or worse, older, but in ways it doesn't want you to know? Let's begin with the first oddity, the timeline gap. According to official doctrine, after Christ's death and resurrection, the apostles sprang into action. They preached, they traveled, they converted. Peter went to Rome. Paul wrote letters. The Church was born. But between 33 AD and roughly 150 AD, there exists what many historians call the silent century. Very little documentation. Very few consistent accounts. No papal decrees. No central hierarchy. Just fragments. Letters. Disputed martyrdoms. It's as if the Church was still becoming, not yet born. This period when Christianity was still a whisper is crucial, because it suggests that early followers of Jesus didn't call themselves Catholics. They weren't bishops, they weren't cardinals, they didn't build churches. They were a cult, a fringe movement operating underground, often indistinguishable from other mystical Jewish sects and Gnostic schools. In fact, the earliest Christian communities likely looked more like philosophical clubs than ecclesiastical organizations. There were no sacraments, no confession, no pope, just ideas, and debates, and arguments, lots of arguments. So when exactly did the Church become the Church? That brings us to Emperor Constantine. In 313 AD, he issued the Edict of Milan, legalizing Christianity and ending centuries of persecution. And suddenly miraculous Christianity exploded. Or more accurately, it consolidated. Structures were built. Clerical ranks were created. Orthodoxy was enforced. Heresies were outlawed. It was less of a spiritual movement and more of a hostile theological merger. And who called the shots? Not Peter, not his successors, but a Roman emperor. Constantine didn't just support Christianity, he redesigned it. He called the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, where the core tenets of what would become Roman Catholicism were hashed out like terms of a political treaty. And suddenly, the Church had creeds. It had canon. It had power. Many believe that this was the true birth of the Church, not 33 AD, but 325 AD. Because before Constantine, Christianity was pluralistic, decentralized, and largely mystical. After Constantine, it was Roman, and uniform, and very, very rich. But here's where it gets truly strange. Some fringe historians claim the dating of early church events was intentionally manipulated. The term is chronological revisionism. The theory suggests that historical records, especially in the early medieval period, were altered to fabricate continuity, that councils were backdated, that popes were inserted retroactively, that saints were modeled on older pagan figures and redated to lend credibility to a church scrambling to assert its origin story. Sound insane? Maybe. But ask this: why is there such poor historical evidence for the first few popes? The Vatican lists St. Peter as the first pope, followed by Linus, Cletus, and Clement. But outside church records? These names barely appear. Some scholars believe they may have been inserted later to create an unbroken chain of authority linking modern bishops directly to Jesus himself. Because if that link breaks, so does the church's claim to divine authority. Now let's get darker. There's a theory, quietly passed among certain monastic scholars, that the church's timeline hides not just gaps, but predecessors. That before Peter's church, there was another, an earlier one. Not Christian, not pagan. Something else? A proto-church, built around mystery schools, sacred geometry, astronomical alignments. This church allegedly practiced spiritual rites tied to ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and proto-Canaanite religion. Some claim these early systems were monotheistic, or at least monistic, that Jesus was not a rupture in religious history, but a continuation of an older tradition, a reboot, a reframing. If true, it would mean the Catholic Church didn't invent spiritual structure. It inherited it, and then buried it. Because the older the truth, the more dangerous it becomes. The Vatican archives are rumored to contain documents dating back not just to the 1st century, but before it. Scrolls recovered from the Dead Sea, glyphs translated from ancient Egyptian tombs, stone tablets preserved from Babylonian priesthoods, and in these texts, references, not to Christ, but to a figure, a man born of prophecy, a bringer of light, a challenger to empire. The names are different, but the pattern is the same. Some claim these figures are pre-Christian Christ's spiritual teachers with similar stories, born to virgins, persecuted by rulers, resurrected by myth. It raises the terrifying possibility that Jesus was not the first. And if he was not the first, then the church he founded was not the first either. It was simply the most successful. And success, as always, breeds censorship. This is why some believe the Vatican works so hard to protect its narrative. Why archaeological discoveries that contradict the timeline are silenced. Why alternative gospels are suppressed. Why Gnostic texts are hidden. Because if the church is younger than it claims her, if it rests atop an older spiritual civilization, it loses its uniqueness. And uniqueness is its brand. You can't be the one true church if there were others before you. So, the archives stay locked. The scrolls stay sealed. The relics stay buried. And the story stays simple. But history is never simple. And if the truth about the church's age were ever fully revealed, it wouldn't just be a scandal. It would be an apocalypse of belief. Because the greatest fear of any religious institution isn't heresy. It's irrelevance. So maybe the church is 2,000 years old. Or maybe it's a few hundred. Or maybe it's older than time, as we count Itra born again and again under different names, under different faces, under different crowns. But if you ask the Vatican, it will smile, quote Peter, and turn the key one more time on the vault of history. The death of Pope John Paul I. The 28th of September, 1978. Rome awakens under a pale dawn sky, doves circling lazily over St. Peter's Basilica. The air smells like incense and cigarette smoke. Somewhere, a priest prepares morning mass. Somewhere else, a nun draws open the heavy velvet curtains of the apostolic palace. and in a modest papal bedroom stripped of gold, stripped of vanity, Pope John Paul I lies dead, 33 days into his papacy. The shortest reign in over 4 centuries. No alarm, no warning, just silence, then a scream. A nun discovers his body at 5:30 a.m., pale and rigid, glasses still perched on his nose, papers scattered at his side. The Vatican issues a statement within hours. Heart attack, natural causes, no need for concern. Except that's where the concern begins. Because there was no autopsy, no death certificate released to the public, no forensic investigation, not even a coherent timeline of events. The official story changed, repeatedly. One Vatican official said he died in bed, holding a book. Another said the nun found him with the lights on. A third said a priest discovered the body, not a nun. The contradictions piled up like communion wafers on Easter Sunday. It didn't feel like a tragedy. It felt like a cover-up. And then came the whispers. Whispers that John Paul I was murdered. Not by an outsider, not by a lunatic, but by the Church itself, by people inside the Vatican, men in robes with knives behind their backs, men who understood that this Pope was not like the others. Let's talk about who Albino Luciani John Paul I really was. He was not a politician, not a careerist. He was a pastor, a theologian, a man who refused to be crowned with the papal tiara. He rejected the throne, the pomp, the spectacle. He wanted a poor church, a humble church, a church free from corruption. And he meant it. In his 33 days, he planned to dismantle the Vatican Bank. He began investigating the scandalous connections between high-ranking clergy and organized crime. He questioned why the church's money was being funneled into offshore accounts, into arms deals, into political movements. He had a list, a literal list. According to multiple sources, including investigative journalist David Yallop, Pope John Paul I had compiled a dossier names, connections, numbers, cardinals who were compromised, bishops with blood on their hands, Vatican officials entangled in the Banco Ambrosiano labyrinth, and he was ready to act. He met with advisors, spoke privately with loyal cardinals. He drafted plans to remove powerful men from the Curia, men who had been there for decades, men who didn't want to go quietly. Then he died. Coincidence? Let's keep pulling the thread. At the heart of the theory lies Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, head of the Vatican Bank at the time, an American cleric with connections to Roberto Calvi, the aforementioned God's banker, and Michele Sindona, a mafioso masquerading as a financier. Marcinkus was knee-deep in suspicious transactions, billions flowing through shell corporations, often untraceable. John Paul, I knew it. He wanted Marcinkus gone. According to the theory, Marcinkus wasn't alone. He was part of a Shadow Alliancia triad of church, mafia, and Freemasonry. Yes, Freemasonry. In 1976, the Italian press exposed the existence of Propaganda Due, P2, a secret Masonic lodge with powerful members in politics, intelligence, and finance. Several of them, it's claimed, were embedded in the Vatican. And according to Yallop, Pope John Paul I was preparing to expose them. Now, ask yourself if you were part of an ancient institution with access to everything: money, poison, influence, loyal operative show. Hard would it be to remove a threat? Not very. No gunshots, no witnesses. Just a pope with a known heart condition dying quietly in the night. Slip a little something into his tea. Let the heart do the rest. No autopsy. No questions. Move along. In the chaos that followed, the Vatican refused an independent investigation. They embalmed the body quickly without even determining cause of death. When asked why, they said they assumed it was a heart attack. Assumed. This from the same institution that canonizes miracles only after decades of scrutiny, that investigates visions of the Virgin Mary with bureaucratic rigor. But when the Pope dies under mysterious circumstances, assumed. And here's the kicker. Just days after John Paul I's death, all talk of Vatican reform vanished. The anti-corruption movement died with him. Marcinkus stayed in power for another decade. The Vatican Bank continued business as usual. The dossiers were shelved, shredded, or swallowed. And the church moved on. A new pope was elected, Karol Wojtyła, John Paul II, stronger, younger, more politically savvy. He survived an assassination attempt. He rallied the faithful, but he didn't touch the bank. He left the shadows alone. Now let's pause. The theory that John Paul I was murdered has been called a conspiracy, a fantasy, a tabloid myth. But so was the Vatican's financial corruption until it wasn't. So was the cover-up of abuse scandals until they exploded. And when a lie is that big, that deep, that protected by the very architecture of heaven, does it even matter what's true? Or does it only matter what people believe? Because this isn't just a story about one dead pope. It's a story about the price of purity. About what happens when someone tries to drag a holy institution into the light and the darkness fights back. John Paul I wasn't canonized. He wasn't glorified. For decades, he was forgotten. Because remembering him means remembering what he tried to do, and what might have happened to him because of it. Now imagine what other truths might have died with him. Truths locked away, in back rooms, in ledgers, in confessionals. Truths carved into stone and sealed beneath the Vatican. Like pagan gods stripped of their titles and buried in the basement. Because up next, we're not talking about corruption. We're talking about blasphemy. Let's open the crates. Let's see the statues. Let's talk about the pagan art the Vatican doesn't want you to see. Pagan art in storage. The Vatican is a fortress of sacred iconography. Saints in marble, angels in gold leaf, Christs in every shade of agony. You walk its halls, and you're bathed in a visual cataclysma. 1,000 years of theological propaganda carved into ceilings, frescoed on walls, woven into tapestries. The art isn't just beautiful, it's ideological. It's power with a paintbrush, doctrine with a chisel. But that's just what they show you. Behind the velvet ropes and polished altars, behind the galleries that loop endlessly through Renaissance sanctity, there exists another collection, one not on the tour, one hidden beneath stone and shadow. The Vatican has a basement, and that basement has crates. And in those crates, gods. Not Jehovah, not Christ, not the Holy Trinity. Older gods, pagan gods. Naked, violent, strange. Statues of Dionysus drunk on ecstasy, busts of Aphrodite mid-orgasm, bronze effigies of Mithras slaying bulls in blood-soaked altars, Egyptian deities with animal heads, Mesopotamian figures holding cosmic tools, nude athletes, fertility idols, serpent goddesses with breasts bared and hands raised. An entire pantheon of the pre-Christian world. Locked away, not destroyed, not defaced, just hidden. Why? Because they're dangerous. Not physically, spiritually, visually, symbolically. They complicate the narrative. You see, Christianity didn't just emerge from a vacuum. It was born in a swirling stew of older religions. Judaism, sure, but also Hellenism, Roman cults, mystery religions, Egyptian sun worship, and Babylonian cosmology. The early church had to define itself against these systems, convert their temples, usurp their holidays, absorb their symbols. But the art? That was trickier. You can't argue with stone. You can't out-preach a statue that's older than your entire doctrine. So the church did what it always does with inconvenient relics. It appropriated them, or buried them. And in the case of its own museum archives, it did both. Let's rewind the tape. During the Renaissance, the Vatican became not just a spiritual empire, but a cultural one. Popes were no longer just shepherds of souls. They were patrons of artists, collectors of antiquities, curators of the classical past. Popes like Julius II, Leo X, and Clement VII scoured ruins for statues. They hired archaeologists. They built vaults to store Rome's ancient spoils. But there was a problem. Many of the statues they found were inappropriate, to put it mildly. Graphic nudity, erotic poses, gods mid-coitus, satyrs in orgies, phallic totems polished by centuries of devotion. You can't exactly place a 10-foot-tall priapic Pan in a hallway next to the Virgin Mary. So what did they do? They hid them. Literally. The Vatican museums have extensive storage facilities far larger than what the public sees. In these temperature-controlled rooms, away from the pilgrims and pilgrims-to-be, sit hundreds of pagan artifacts. Many are catalogued, some are not. A few have been photographed once, then forgotten. Others have never been documented at all. A warehouse of pagan gods. Some of the statues have been modified genitals chipped off, breasts reshaped, inscriptions scratched into anonymity, but others remain untouched, intact, full of power. Because make no mistake, these aren't just statues. They're ghosts. Each one a theological threat. Because each one proves a truth the Church has always tried to muffle. That Christianity did not wipe the slate clean. It just painted over it. And sometimes, the old gods bleed through. Take Mithras, for example. A Roman mystery god whose cult rivaled early Christianity in popularity, worshipped in underground temples. Associated with salvation, resurrection, divine meals, and Sunday services. His image Mithras slaying the cosmic bull was everywhere. And then it vanished. Or so we thought. In the Vatican's hidden collection, there are multiple Mithraic altars, mosaics, inscriptions. Carvings showing Mithras surrounded by zodiac signs, flanked by torchbearers, performing rituals eerily similar to Christian sacraments. Coincidence? Or plagiarism? The Church will never say. Because acknowledging Mithras means acknowledging that Jesus wasn't the first resurrected Savior. Just the last one standing. Then there's Isis, the Egyptian mother goddess, worshipped for centuries across the Mediterranean, often depicted holding her infant son, Horus. Look familiar? She should. Early Christian art borrowed heavily from Isis-Horus iconography to depict the Virgin Mary and Jesus. Same posture, same expressions, same divine maternity. Isis became Mary. Horus became Christ. And the statues of Isis? Buried, stored, forgotten. Or rather, made too familiar to question. You start to see the pattern. The Vatican didn't just inherit Rome's religion. It inherited its art. And it kept it. Why? Because knowledge is power. And control of the past is control of the present. Owning pagan art means owning the narrative. It means saying, we defeated these gods, we absorbed them, their power is ours now. But hiding the art? That's different. That's fear. Fear that the gods might still speak, that the images might still stir something ancient in the human psyche, that somewhere deep down we still remember a time when divinity was naked and wild and not yet crucified. And there's another layer. Some claim that within the Vatican's hidden art collection are pieces never meant for public eyes, not because they're too pagan, but because they're too alien. Statues with elongated skulls, beings with inhuman proportions, symbols that defy known cultures, relics found beneath churches, misattributed, never displayed, pagan or pre-human. Religious or interstellar? The church won't say. But it keeps them. In crates. In silence. Because art speaks a language older than words. And sometimes, a statue is more than stone. Sometimes it's a fossil of faith, or something far stranger. So the next time you walk through the Vatican museums, look closely, not at what's displayed, but at what isn't. Look for the closed doors, the unlit corridors, the walls where something clearly used to hang. And remember, for every saint you see, there's a God you don't. But maybe they're still down there, waiting. And maybe they're not alone. Because next, we're not talking about sculptures or statues. We're talking about spaces, rooms, doors that don't open, and passages that go somewhere the church would rather you never go. Let's talk about the hidden chambers and secret passageways of the Vatican. Hidden chambers and passageways. Imagine a city beneath a city, a shadow Vatican, one you'll never find on a map, never glimpse on a tour, never hear whispered by the guides in their polite Italian-English lilt. This Vatican doesn't sing hymns or display priceless art. It doesn't echo with tourists' awe or smell like beeswax candles. It smells like stone, damp, ancient stone. Silence so thick it clings to your lungs. Doors with no handles, walls with hollow thuds, stairs that spiral into nowhere. Welcome to the hidden Vatican. Because what most people don't realize is that Vatican City, this tiny 121-acre sovereign nationese, a honeycomb, a matrix, a marvel of architectural secrecy. From the surface, it's the jewel of Catholicism. But underground, it's a spider web. A series of hidden chambers, secret vaults, locked rooms, dead-end tunnels, escape routes, surveillance stations, and underground chapels no pilgrim will ever pray inside. These aren't rumors. They're history. Take the Passetto di Borgo. On the books, it's a medieval corridor, a raised passage stretching about 800 meters from the apostolic palace to the Castel Sant'Angelo, a round fortress by the Tiber. Built in the 13th century, officially, it's a papal escape route, a way to flee in case of siege. Pope Clement VII used it during the 1527 sack of Rome to escape the blood-drenched streets. But what most people don't know is that the Passetto is only one piece. It's not the escape route. It's an escape route. There are more. Rumors swirl of a labyrinthine series of tunnels beneath the Vatican, linking it not just to the Castel, but to Roman catacombs, to the Vatican Bank, to the Jesuit Curia, even according to some fringe theoristo hidden points across Rome itself, a Vatican subway, not for trains, for priests, papers, and sometimes things. What kind of things? That's the part no one agrees on. But here's what they say. The Vatican has rooms no one talks about, chambers carved into the bedrock, some ancient, some modern, all off limits. Not just storage rooms, not just archives. Rooms that are sealed. Rooms with symbols on the doors. Rooms that are guarded. Let's rewind. In 1969, a rumor spread among the more paranoid corners of Vatican observers, journalists, defectors, fringe theologians. They claimed that during renovations beneath the Apostolic Palace, a bricked-over doorway was discovered. Behind it, a staircase descending into darkness. What was found at the bottom is still debated. Some say a forgotten chapel, others say a holding cell. One theory suggests a ritual chamber, black stone, no crucifix. Just strange carvings and a single Latin inscription, Non omnes dormiunt qui hic sunt, no, all who are here sleep. Of course, the church denied everything. Said the hallway never existed, that no such discovery was made, that the reports were fabricated by overzealous conspiracy theorists. But then the blueprints changed. Architectural plans for the Vatican submitted to the Italian government suddenly listed entire areas as restricted, unlabeled, redacted. And a short time later, several Vatican maintenance workers were mysteriously reassigned. One went missing. Coincidence? Always. Let's go back even further. There's a chamber beneath St. Peter's Basilica of the Vatican necropolis. Officially, it's a Christian burial site dating back to the 1st century. It was unearthed in the 1940s during the excavation of what is believed to be St. Peter's tomb. But according to internal memos leaked in the 1980s, there's more. The excavation team discovered an adjacent corridor narrow, low-ceilinged, and lined with unusual symbols. Not Christian, not Roman, older, some resembling Sumerian or Proto-Etruscan markings. At the end of the hall was a sealed stone door. The team was ordered to stop. Immediately, the corridor was bricked up. The public was told nothing. Why? Because not all history is convenient, especially not when it threatens the timeline the Church has spent millennia building. Because if something older than Christianity lies beneath the Vatican, older than Peter, older than Romethan, everything changes. Everything. Let's step above ground. Not all secrets lie beneath the surface. Some hide in plain sight. There are rooms inside the apostolic palace that no pope has entered in decades. Papal apartments left empty by John Paul II. A rumored chamber inside the Tower of Winds where ancient rituals were supposedly held. A sealed room off the library's restricted wing, said to contain the Index of Forbidden Manuscripts, books banned for content, not just heresy, contents unknown, language often undeciphered. Even the Vatican's surveillance center, the Gendarmerie Central Command, is shrouded in mystery. Ostensibly, it's just security, cameras, radios, alarms, but some claim it also monitors more. Sound sensors, movement detectors, devices attuned to frequencies not used by human tech, experimental gear installed by papal order, devices designed not just to see something, but to keep something in? What would the Church need to contain? That's where the theories go dark. Some say relics. Others say entities. Artifacts too powerful or too volatile to expose. And whatever they are, they need rooms no one enters, corridors no one maps. A subterranean Vatican designed not just to preserve the holy, but to quarantine the unholy. You start to see the pattern. Every sacred institution has its shadows, but the Vaticans aren't just metaphorical, they're architectural. A fortress within a fortress. Locked doors behind sacred curtains, and the keys? Very, very few have them. Popes, select cardinals, archivists sworn to silence, and maybe, just maybe, a few who wish they didn't, because some secrets should stay buried. But not all do. In 2003, a Vatican archivist disappeared. His name was never released. The story was smothered, but whispers say he was cataloging blueprints of the ancient chambers when he went missing. Vanished. No trace, no farewell, his files deleted, his office reassigned. Some say he went looking for a door and found it, but didn't come back. Now ask yourself, why would the Vatican need so many hidden chambers? Why guard corridors built 1,000 years ago? Why seal off rooms filled with art, scripture, history? Maybe it's because the past isn't just behind us. Maybe it's still there, behind the walls, beneath the floors, whispering through the cracks. And if you listen too closely, you might hear something call your name. And if you follow it, you might find a tomb that was supposed to be empty. A tomb that might hold the bones of the first pope, or someone else. Because next, we're not talking about architecture. We're talking about identity. Let's open the stone lid. Let's talk about St. Peter's tomb. St. Peter's tomb. Beneath the polished marble floor of St. Peter's Basilica, under the dome that pierces the Roman sky like a celestial needle, lies someone who anchors the church to the very bones of its mythology. This isn't just a tomb, it's the tomb, the axis mundi of Catholicism, the supposed final resting place of Simon Peter, the first pope, the rock upon which Christ said he would build his church. The church claims Peter's bones are buried there, not symbolically, not metaphorically, literally. Underneath centuries of gold, under the largest church in the world, beneath altars and saints and popes, lies a hole in the ground, a grave, a set of bones wrapped in purple cloth and tied with golden thread. Or so they say, because what if the tomb isn't what it seems? What if the bones aren't Peter's? What if Peter was never even buried in Rome? And what if the Vatican knows? Let's rewind the calendar. The year is around 64 CE. Nero's Rome burns. Christians are blamed. Peter, the Galilean fisherman turned apostle, is sentenced to death. According to tradition, he's crucified upside down because he didn't deem himself worthy to die like Jesus. The location? A hill known as Vaticanus. Not yet holy. Not yet a city-state. Just a place outside the walls, where executions were routine. The legend says he was buried nearby. A few hundred years later, Emperor Constantine, first Christian emperor, builds a church on that spot. The first St. Peter's Basilica, the original shrine, the sacred footprint, supposedly atop the tomb. Fast forward to the 20th century. In 1939, workers digging beneath the basilica stumble upon a necropolis, a Roman cemetery. Rows of tombs, pagan and Christian, some well-preserved, others looted centuries ago. The Vatican panics, not because they found something, but because they might find something they can't explain. A secret excavation begins. It's called Scavi, Italian for excavations. Officially, it's a search for Peter's tomb. Unofficially, it's a race against time, politics, and disbelief. What they find is strange. They find tombs, mosaics, inscriptions, bones. Lots of bones. One structure stands out, a red plastered wall, a niche with graffiti. Scratched into the wall is a phrase, Petros N.A. Peter is within. Near it, they find a set of bones, carefully wrapped, but they're not in the tomb. They're hidden in a niche nearby, moved, reinterred. And they're not a full skeleton, just fragments. 9 bones, male, aged between 60 and 70. But no skull. And here's where the mystery multiplies. First, the bones weren't found in situ. They were removed, possibly centuries earlier, maybe by a pope, maybe by someone trying to protect them. Second, there's no definitive proof they belong to Peter. No DNA, no inscriptions, no chain of custody. Third, other bones were found in the tomb thought to be Peter's, including those of 2 women and several farm animals. Read that again. The sacred tomb contains not just human remains, but animal bones, pagan ritual remains, contaminants from later burials, or something else entirely. The Vatican, in 1968, declared the matter closed. Pope Paul VI announced that the bones had been identified in a manner we can hold to be convincing. That was it. No peer-reviewed study. No third-party verification. Just faith or obedience. But behind the scenes, not everyone was convinced. Some archaeologists protested. Quietly. Others were fired, silenced, removed from the project. One lead researcher later hinted, cryptically, that they found more than just bones. What did she mean? No one knows. Because the Vatican sealed the excavation records. Only a few scholars have ever seen the full notes, and some who did vanished from the conversation. Now consider this. The church built itself upon Peter, literally. He is the cornerstone, the first bishop of Rome. His authority is the authority of every pope. If it turns out his bones aren't under that altar, the theological scaffolding buckles. No Peter, no rock, no rock, no papacy, no papacy. You see the problem. So the church does what it always does when facing the unprovable. It declares victory. It erects monuments. It lights candles and prays louder. But it doesn't answer questions. Questions like, why does the tomb also contain non-Christian graves? Why is there no skull? Why are there bones in the Vatican archives labeled Simonis Petrus, Orig, Non Determinata Simon Peter, Origin Undetermined? And what of the skull in the Lateran? Yes, there's a skull. In the Basilica of St. John Lateran, Rome's official cathedral, a reliquary contains what is claimed to be Peter's skull. So, are his bones in two places? Split like saintly souvenirs? Or is one fake? Or both? Here's where it gets even darker. There are whispers, always whispers, that the Vatican knows the bones in the basilica aren't Peter's 80, that they were placed there long ago as a stand-in, a placeholder, a symbol to sanctify the site. Because the real body of Peter is elsewhere. Some say in Jerusalem, some say lost, some say never buried at all, but others say he never existed. That Peter was a narrative invention, a mythological anchor invented to unify early Christianity under Roman leadership. No Peter, no pope, no pope, no empire. So the tomb becomes necessary, even if it's false, even if it's empty. And if it is, the Vatican will never admit it. Because it's not about truth. It's about structure, about faith sculpted into stone. So they guard the tomb. They restrict access to the deepest layers. They control the narrative. Because even the idea of Peter's bones carries power. Pilgrims line up by the thousands to pray at his grave. They believe, they kneel, they give, they obey. Because he is there, or they are told he is. And in the end, that may be enough. Because if the Vatican's greatest power is belief, then its greatest threat is the question. What if he isn't there? What if the rock is hollow? What if the church is standing on a ghost? Next, we go from the missing dead to the missing masterpieces. Let's talk about a different kind of disappearance. Let's talk about the art the Vatican doesn't burn. Let's talk about Caravaggio. Lost or suppressed Caravaggio works. In the world of art, few names strike a chord quite like Caravaggio. He wasn't just a painter, he was a storm. A man who painted like a prophet and lived like a criminal. A murderer with a brush. A saint with a sword. His paintings drip with darkness, not just in tone, but in spirit. Violent, intimate, radical. Caravaggio painted God like he'd just seen him in a back alley. He painted saints with dirty feet, virgins with bruised eyes. Christ not as a golden savior, but as a bleeding man dying under the weight of his own flesh. His art was brutal honesty in an age of holy illusion. And that's precisely why some believe the Vatican buried it. Let's begin with the facts. Caravaggio's catalog is incomplete. The man lived only 39 years and died under mysterious circumstances, but his artistic output was prolific and, yet, dozens of works are missing. Not stolen, not destroyed in fire or flood, just vanished. Some have never been found, others were documented once, then disappeared from the historical record. A few are referenced in letters and inventory lists, seen by patrons or collectors, then never seen again. So where did they go? One theory is that many of these works ended up where all inconvenient things go to die quietly. The Vatican. But not in the gallery. In storage. Hidden. Suppressed. Why? Because Caravaggio's lost works, those whispered, undocumented, may be too dangerous to display ere rumored to be different. More graphic, more blasphemous, more revelatory. There are rumors of a crucifixion scene so raw that it showed Christ not in divine agony, but in near-human collapse, skin torn, mouth slack, eyes empty of God. There's talk of a Virgin Mary painting modeled not on a noblewoman or a pious nun, but a known Roman prostitute, possibly even one of Caravaggio's lovers. In the painting, her robe slips, revealing not just a shoulder but a breast. Her face is not beatific. It's exhausted, human, mortal. There's mention in a 17th century inventory of a Judith beheading Holofernes, more violent than the existing version. Blood spraying not in tasteful arcs, but in arterial chaos. A facial expression on Judith that was not righteous, but ecstatic. Caravaggio wasn't trying to scandalize for scandal's sake. He was showing religion through the eyes of someone who didn't believe in perfection. His saints looked like convicts. His holy light fell on the unworthy. He blurred the line between sacred and profane. And the church? It blinked. Hard. Because in Caravaggio's vision, salvation wasn't clean. It was violent, messy, fleshly. His work threatened the curated image of divinity the Vatican had spent centuries crafting. So what did they do? Some they accepted, some they buried. And some, according to art historians and rogue archivists, they confiscated. There's a theory, long whispered and occasionally shouted, that the Vatican has a vault not just of texts but of art, not heretical, not pagan, just inconvenient. Pieces too controversial to destroy, too sacred to lose, too dangerous to display. The Vatican's shadow gallery. Uncatalogued, unlit, unshown. And in that room, Caravaggio hangs. Not with reverence, with chains. Let's pause to ask the obvious. Why would the Vatican keep these works? Why not destroy them? Because even heresy has value. Suppression is safer than destruction. If a piece exists, it can be locked away, hidden, controlled. If it's destroyed, it becomes a ghost, and ghosts haunt. They inspire myths, movements, rebellions. Better to keep the demon in a box than to scatter his ashes in the wind. So Caravaggio's missing works, if they exist, remain boxed, stored in silence, in crates stacked in the sub-basements of the Vatican museums, labeled in Latin, wrapped in linen, protected not by reverence, but by fear. And if you think this sounds far-fetched, consider this. The Vatican already owns controversial works it doesn't display. Take the Resurrection of Christ by Giovanni di Paolo, or the Temptation of St. Anthony by an anonymous Flemish painter that borders on the surreal, if not the occult. They keep these things quietly because art is power. It shapes belief. It frames theology. And Caravaggio was a theologian with oil paint. He didn't just depict scenes, he dictated how we remember them. What if there was a lost painting of Jesus with Mary Magdalene not just standing beside her, but touching her intimately? What if the brushstrokes showed not distance, but partnership, not celibacy, but connection? What if Caravaggio painted that? And what if the church couldn't allow that image to exist, even as a whisper? It would mean too much. It would unravel too much. Because pictures speak louder than sermons. And Caravaggio's whispers echo like screams. Now consider this. In 2020, a long-lost Caravaggio painting, believed to be of Christ's coronation, surfaced in Madrid. It was set for auction, unverified, uncelebrated. Then, suddenly, the auction was stopped. The Spanish government seized the painting. Experts flooded in. No one has seen it since. Some claim it was purchased privately. Others say it was taken quietly by agents of the church. Because it wasn't just a painting. It was a revelation. A visual truth, too dangerous to display. Now multiply that by a dozen missing Caravaggios. Each one a theological grenade. What if one depicted angels with alien faces? What if one showed scenes not from scripture, but from the Apocrypha? What if Caravaggio through sources lost to time-painted truths the church never wanted told? What if he knew? And what if they knew he knew? Let's talk about his death. Caravaggio died young, 39, on the run, wanted for murder. He had received a papal pardon. He was on his way back to Rome. Then he died suddenly. Officially, fever. Unofficially, poisoned. One theory suggests that someone inside the church decided the artist had become too dangerous, that his next work would go too far, that it was easier to stop the man than to bury another masterpiece. So they did. No trial, no martyrdom, just death and silence. But Caravaggio's brush didn't stop. It lingers on lost canvases, on hidden walls, in rooms we're not allowed to see. And maybe, just maybe, in those missing frames lies the church's greatest fear. The truth in color, the flesh behind the faith, the scandal in the sacred. So they keep it in the dark, where the only light is Caravaggio's. And next, we go deeper than paint. We go beneath history, into the relics they'll never admit exist. Ancient, pre-Christian, powerful. Let's talk about the untold treasures buried in the Vatican. Ancient relics and untold treasures. It's easy to think of the Vatican as just a fortress of faith, a celestial showroom, a place where God's riches are turned into gold leaf and marble. But behind the holy facades, beneath the paintings and pews, is something far older and far stranger than Christianity itself, something the church doesn't put on display, not because it lacks the beauty, but because it holds too much truth. We're not talking about the bones of saints or a splinter from the true cross. We're talking about relics so old they predate Christ, so mysterious they defy categorization, so powerful, perhaps, that the church had no choice but to hide them. Let's start with a simple idea. The Vatican is not just the center of the Catholic world. It is the final resting place of what may be the greatest hoard of ancient, pre-Christian artifacts on earth. And no one gets to see it. These are not the relics in St. Peter's Square. These are not the chalices and tunics paraded during Easter. These are things whispered about in the dead corners of archived memos and footnotes of forbidden books. Unlabeled boxes, forgotten statues, cuneiform tablets buried beneath centuries of bureaucratic dust, items too controversial to catalog and far too radioactive to display. Let's unpack a few. The Ark fragments. There's an unconfirmed claim passed around like forbidden scripture among a few rogue scholars that the Vatican possesses fragments of a wooden artifact retrieved from the upper ranges of Mount Ararat. Not much, just enough to raise eyebrows. Just enough to suggest that the story of Noah may be more than just allegory. The fragments are said to be stored in a lead-lined container, protected from decay and, some claim, electromagnetic interference. The church denies this, of course. But they would, wouldn't they? The Sumerian seals. There are rumors of clay tablets, inscribed in proto-cuneiform, depicting gods descending from the skies bearded, winged, impossibly large. These seals tell stories of genetic manipulation, of divine rulers, of beings that came before man. They don't use the word angel. They use names like Enki, Anu, Ninhursag. These stories clash with Genesis in all the worst ways because they don't suggest God created man. They suggest someone else did. And the church? It allegedly owns the seals, or copies of them, quietly collected by Jesuit archaeologists in the late 19th century during expeditions through the Middle East. Brought back not to be studied, but to be hidden, to prevent contamination of the narrative. The map of the before. This one sounds like pure fiction until you learn it might not be. In a private letter uncovered during a scandal in the 1980s, a cardinal references the forbidden chart, which supposedly outlines Earth's geography not as it is now, but as it once was, as it will be again. The letter mentions polar landmasses, submerged continents, and coastlines that no longer exist. It hints that this map predates recorded history, and that it does not align with any known human civilization. The implications are cosmic. The Church, for its part, has never acknowledged such a map. But the letter exists. The crystal skull, not the Hollywood kind, not the Indiana Jones fantasy. A real artifact, carved with impossible precision from a single chunk of quartz. No tool marks, no seams, no date. Just presence. There's speculation that this object is kept not in the museum, but in the Archivum Secretum The Apostolic Archive, that it's been studied, touched, perhaps even feared, because it reacts. It allegedly shifts temperature, emits frequency. A Vatican technician once described a moment never officially recorded when the skull hummed in the presence of Gregorian chant. Interpret that how you will. Now, let's talk about why the Church keeps these items. Because it's not just about heresy. It's about control. These relics aren't blasphemous. They're just inconvenient. They don't fit the timeline. They don't support the idea of divine uniqueness. They suggest that humans were visited, shaped, or ruled by others' gods, beings, angels, aliens. Pick your term. But they challenge the idea of monotheism. They chip away at the central pillar, that this world and this species is the focus of divine attention. These items don't deny God. They just make him seem less exclusive. And that, for the Vatican, is an existential threat. So what do? They collect and bury. And every few decades, when an artifact is uncovered that doesn't belong to any museum's narrative, when it radiates too much curiosity, they swoop in. Sometimes quietly, sometimes with money, sometimes under the guise of preservation, but always with the same goal: silence. And here's the paradox. These relics, these untold treasures, could rewrite history, could inspire generations, could expand theology. But that's not what the Church is built for. It's built for continuity, consistency, dogma. And dogma doesn't allow for celestial visitors, or pre-flood technology, or skulls that vibrate during Vespers. So the items sit in darkness, wrapped in cloth, locked in climate-controlled vaults beneath the Vatican museums, cataloged in codes, guarded by men who don't even know what they're guarding. Some of the guards, it's said, are monks. Others, not clergy at all, because it's not about holiness. It's about secrecy, power, preserving a version of reality that benefits the Church. And that reality must be protected at all costs. Even if it means hiding the keys to our past. Even if it means rewriting history with omission instead of lies. Because what happens if people begin to question not just doctrine but history itself? What happens if believers realize that before the Bible, there were other books? Before the Church, other temples? Before Jesus, other sons of heaven? The Vatican can't let that happen. So the relics stay buried, and we are told to look the other way. But the cracks are showing. Digital leaks, whistleblowers, rogue historians, scandal after scandal, each one pushing the veil back just a little further. It's no longer a question of if the secrets will surface. It's when, and when they do, faith won't vanish. It will shift. Because belief doesn't die with discovery. It evolves. And perhaps that's what the Vatican fears most. Not the loss of power, but the loss of monopoly, the monopoly on mystery. Because in those crates, in those vaults, in those untold treasures, lie stories far older than Christianity. And the Church has always known. Which brings us to something more recent. Not pre-Christian, not ancient, but contemporary, political, influential. Let's talk about an organization that moves like a ghost, that speaks softly and acts with surgical precision. Opus Dei. And the influence the Vatican still won't confess. Opus Dei's influence. Step inside the offices of Opus Dei, and you might think you've wandered into a corporate headquarters. Glass walls, suits, and silence. Polished desks, crosses, discreetly tucked beside screens. But don't be fooled. This isn't just an office. This is an engine, a silent machine. A network of minds and money that extends its reach through boardrooms, political councils, military cabinets and, yes, deep into the chambers of the Vatican itself. Opus Dei is Latin for work of God. But what kind of work? And whose God? The Vatican officially recognizes Opus Dei as a personal prelature, a term that sounds harmless until you look closer. It means they operate within the Church, but independent of local diocesan control. They answer only to the Pope. Let's repeat that. Only to the Pope. And some say they answer to no one. Founded in 1928 by Spanish priest José María Escrivá, Opus Dei emerged as a response to secularism, modernism, and communism, a Catholic counterstrike that offered a path to sanctity through ordinary life. You didn't need to become a monk or a martyr. You could serve God as a banker, a lawyer, a judge, a general. That sounds noble, until you realize what it means in practice. It means infiltration. It means influence. It means embedding devout operatives into the highest layers of secular power, not to preach, not to convert, but to steer. Subtly. Precisely. According to Opus Dei's own model, members are divided into tiers. Numeraries take vows of celibacy and often live in communal residences. Associates do the same, but live independently. Supernumeraries are ordinary married people living regular lives while adhering to the order's spiritual direction. But the real structure, the real hierarchy is informal. It's about loyalty. It's about utility. It's about access. And access is something Opus Dei has in abundance. The organization owns universities, high schools, publishing houses, radio stations, financial institutions, medical clinics, and countless shell companies. They have think tanks in Europe, law firms in South America, lobbying arms in the United States, and educational arms throughout Asia. And then there's the Vatican. Opus Dei's presence inside the Vatican is not just rumored. It's documented. Members have held positions within the Roman Curiate Church's governing body. They've served as papal advisors. They've written encyclicals. They've shaped doctrine not by standing at pulpits, but by whispering in ears. In 1982, Pope John Paul II gave Opus Dei its status as a personal prelatory, effectively legalizing their independence. It was the ecclesiastical equivalent of sovereign immunity. No bishop could command them. No diocese could question them. They were now part of the Church, but above its structure. Some called it a reward. Others called it surrender. Why did John Paul II do it? Because Opus Dei backed him, quietly, strategically. During the Cold War, Opus Dei members provided financial and political support to movements aligned with papal goals, particularly in Latin America and Eastern Europe. They lobbied governments, supported conservative Catholic regimes, pushed back against liberation theology and its left-leaning sympathies. And they delivered. So they were granted autonomy. But autonomy turned into ascendancy. And soon they weren't just advising popes. They were picking them. Multiple cardinals with Opus Dei ties participated in the conclaves that elected both Benedict XVI and Francis. Some say they tipped the scales, not by numbers, but by pressure, information, leverage. Because Opus Dei doesn't just pray. They watch. They document. They remember. Imagine a spiritual intelligence agency. Now imagine that agency controls schools where future presidents are trained. Imagine it funds media outlets that shape public opinion. Imagine it owns banks that can sink or save dioceses. And then imagine it operates under the protection of the Vatican, untouchable, unaccountable, unstoppable. That's Opus Dei. But here's the truly unsettling part. They believe they're the good guys. Not for power, not for greed, but for God. They see themselves as soldiers in a spiritual war. And in war, all is permitted. There are always stories of internal discipline, of members flagellating themselves with barbed cords, wearing silica-spiked chains around their thigh-stow remind themselves that comfort is sin. Stories of spiritual direction sessions that feel more like interrogations, of dossiers kept on members, of obedience so absolute it shames most military units. Now ask yourself, what does an organization like that do with power? What happens when they have the ear of the Pope? When they can influence papal appointments? When they can nudge doctrine just enough to turn a nation's policy? What happens when they control both the theology and the infrastructure? You get control without visibility, power without accountability. You get a Vatican that preaches mercy while funding austerity. A church that speaks of love but legislates submission. Because Opus Dei doesn't just operate in the shadows. It creates them. And into those shadows vanish things that no one dares ask about. Documents, budgets, testimonies, and sometimes people, dissenters, defectors, even priests who speak too loudly. And while many in the church defend Opus Dei, praising its devotion, its discipline, its loyalty, others see something darker, a parallel church, one that doesn't answer to the faithful, only to itself, one that doesn't seek salvation, only sanctified control. Because at the end of the day, Opus Dei doesn't kneel at the altar of transparency. It kneels at the altar of efficiency. And the Vatican has rarely found a better tool. So they keep it close. They give it shelter. They give it space. And when someone asks too many questions, they call it fiction. They laugh. And they change the subject. But Opus Dei is not fiction. It's not a movie. It's real. It's powerful. And it's watching. And next, we'll follow the pattern. Because where one shadow network thrives, another waits. Let's talk about the Jesuits and the conspiracy that claims they run the world. Jesuit conspiracy. Whisper the word Jesuit in the wrong room, and you'll hear it fall like a knife on a marble floor, sharp, cold, untraceable. In the world of Vatican intrigue, the Jesuits aren't just clergy. They're phantoms, ghosts with doctorates, soldiers with rosaries, strategists with centuries of patience. Founded in 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola, a Spanish soldier, turned mystic, the Society of Jesus was born not from peace, but from warfare. Spiritual warfare, yes, but warfare all the same. Ignatius didn't just want disciples. He wanted an army. And that's exactly what he built. A militant order of scholar priests trained in obedience, persuasion, and infiltration. Their motto? Ad maiorem Dei gloriam, for the greater glory of God. But whose version of God? And whose glory? Let's strip the vestments off the myth. Because for over 480 years, the Jesuits have been accused of everything from ideological brainwashing to outright global domination. Conspiracy theorists call them the true shadow government, the puppet masters of world affairs, the Vatican's deep state, a theological version of MI6 crossed with the Illuminati. And while much of that sounds like a fever dream, the truth, like everything Jesuit, is much more precise and much more dangerous. Here's what we know. The Jesuits are the most educated order in the Catholic Church, period. A typical Jesuit spends 10 to 12 years in formation before taking final vows. That's more than most medical doctors. They study philosophy, theology, history, languages, psychology, political science. They write books, lead universities, advise governments. Some are missionaries. Some are scientists. Some are double PhDs in economics and nuclear physics. This is not your average group of seminarians. They don't run parishes. They run institutions. Over 200 universities worldwide bear the Jesuit stamp. Georgetown, Fordham, Loyola, Sophia, Pontificia, Universidad Javeriana. List reads like a diplomatic who of Catholic influence. These are not just schools. They are pipelines for leaders, for thinkers, for power players. And this is where the conspiracy begins. Because Jesuits are everywhere. In diplomacy, in finance, in media, in science, in intelligence. A Jesuit education isn't just about theology, it's about formation. Training minds to think strategically, rhetorically, subversively. Jesuit homilies rarely shout. They whisper. They ask questions. They reshape reality one syllable at a time. Now ask yourself, what happens when an order like that gains power? Real power. Not the power of prayer but of policy. Not just behind the throne, but on it. Enter Pope Francis. The first Jesuit pope. Ever. That fact alone broke centuries of tradition. The Jesuits were never supposed to become popes. They were the Church's backstage hands, not its spotlight stars. But Francis changed that. Suddenly, the man in white was a Jesuit. The strategist became the sovereign, and the Church changed. The rhetoric softened. The style shifted. Mercy became currency. Poverty became prestige. But something else happened too. The Jesuits took center stage. And with them came centuries of suspicion. Because even before Francis, the Jesuits had enemies. Protestant reformers in the 16th century called them the Pope's assassins. Monarchs across Europe expelled them en masse. Portugal, France, Spain, Naples. Why? Because the Jesuits didn't just teach. They infiltrated. They advised kings. They shaped courts. And when they spoke, thrones shook. In 1773, Pope Clement XIV suppressed the Society of Jesus under pressure from multiple Catholic monarchs. The order was too powerful, too autonomous, too feared. But 41 years later, in 1814, Pope Pius VII restored it, and the Jesuits never forgot. They returned a leaner, smarter, hungrier. Since then, they've operated like an ecclesiastical intelligence agency. Not formally, not overtly, but strategically, tactically, quietly. You don't see Jesuits storming microphones. You see them behind them, writing the speeches. You don't see them waving flags. You see them negotiating trade agreements in mission houses in the global south. You don't see them leading armies. You see them advising generals. And this isn't speculation. It's documented. In Latin America during the 20th century, Jesuit priests walked a razor's edge between missionary work and revolutionary ideology. Some aligned with Marxist movements, advocating liberation theology, blend of Catholic teaching and political activism. The Vatican cracked down, hard, but the Jesuits didn't stop. They never do. In the US, Jesuit-educated politicians have filled cabinets, shaped legislation, steered moral conversations. Georgetown alumni occupy seats in the CIA, the State Department, the Supreme Court. Coincidence? Maybe. But Jesuits don't believe in coincidence. They believe in providence. And planning. And power used wisely. Now, consider the structure of the society itself. At the top is the Superior General, a man nicknamed, without irony, the Black Pope. Not because of race, because of power. Because he wears black, and he holds sway across continents. The Superior General is elected for life. He resides in Rome. He commands a global network of allegiance. He does not answer to local bishops. He answers only to God. Or to the Pope. Unless the Pope is a Jesuit. Then the chain of command collapses. Then the lines blur. Then the conspiracy theory turns into strategic possibility. Let's say the Jesuits aren't running the world. But what if they're prepared to? What if they've spent centuries positioning themselves not just to serve, but to guide? To steer the church not toward domination, but transformation? And what if that transformation involves secrets? Real secrets. Ancient ones. Because Jesuits don't just study scripture. They study everything. Languages no one speaks. Texts no one else translates. Manuscripts that predate even the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some of the most restricted documents in the Vatican Library are under Jesuit stewardship, not just because of theological sensitivity, but because of what they might imply. About God, about mankind, about what lies beyond. There are whispers always, whispers that Jesuit astronomers working at the Vatican Observatory have seen things they can't explain. That their research into exoplanets and cosmic phenomena isn't just scientific, but preparatory. For what? For contact? For a paradigm shift? What happens when the world discovers it's not alone? The Jesuits will be ready. Because they're always ready. Their fingerprints are on every Vatican scandal, every reform, every resistance. They've been blamed for world wars, for revolutions, for assassinations. That's the price of proximity to power. But the Jesuits don't care about reputation. They care about the long game. About the mission. And that mission? It's never written in the sky. It's written between the lines, which is where the real story lives. So call it conspiracy if you want. But the Jesuits won't mind. They'll be too busy writing the next chapter. And if the Jesuits are the brain of the Church's shadow, then next, we look at its hands. Its diplomatic fingers. Its invisible reach. Let's talk about the Vatican's global political influence, and how a city-state smaller than a golf course pulls the strings of world affairs. Global political influence. It is the smallest country in the world. Just over 100 acres. You could walk across it in 15 minutes. And yet, from behind its walls of limestone and dogma, Vatican City casts a shadow that stretches across continents, across oceans, across time. This is not just the home of Catholicism. This is not just where popes sit and angels weep. This is a diplomatic hydra, a geopolitical anomaly. A sovereign state that commands armies without guns, allies without armies, and allegiance without borders. This is the Vatican's global political machine, and it doesn't wave flags, it whispers. To understand the Vatican's political power, you have to forget what you think politics looks like. No campaigns, no rallies, no sound bites. The Vatican doesn't get elected, it gets obeyed. Or feared. Or both. It operates through corridors, no one sees diplomatic channels, spiritual leverage, financial entanglements. Where Washington wields tanks, the Vatican wields absolution. Where Beijing pressures with trade, the Vatican pressures with eternity. The Roman Curia, essentially, the Church's executive government, runs its foreign policy. It has its own Secretary for Relations with States, a functionally papal Secretary of State, and more bilateral agreements than most nations could dream of. It's a country with 183 diplomatic relations, embassies in nearly every capital, a seat at the United Nations, and all without a single vote from a citizen. But that's just the surface. Because Vatican diplomacy is not about representation, it's about presence. Let's take a moment to consider how power actually works here. Say you're a small, unstable government in Africa. You don't have much. No oil, no military, no attention from Washington or Brussels. But you have Catholics, a lot of them. And if the local bishop decides your policies are immoral, if the Vatican frowns on your governance, suddenly you're facing more than a crisis of legitimacy. You're facing a moral vacuum. Schools shut down. Clinics close. The Sunday sermon turns against you. And in a country where faith often outranks law, that can bring governments to their knees. Now flip it. Say you're a rising autocrat. You want legitimacy. The international community is skeptical. But then the Pope shakes your hand. You get a photo, a meeting, a quote in L'Osservatore Romano about mutual respect and dialogue. You're not a tyrant anymore. You're a partner in the global community. No one does reputational laundering like the Vatican. And no one does strategic silence like the Church. Because sometimes, it's not what the Vatican says. It's what it doesn't say. During times of conflict, civil wars, genocides, purges, Holy See often plays both sides. Carefully, cautiously. It condemns violence in general, but rarely names names. Why? Because to name is to choose. To choose is to lose. So it stays above the fray. And that neutrality? That moral high ground? That's its weapon. And it works. Because every dictator, every general, every rebel leader wants a rosary in their back pocket, just in case. But the real genius of Vatican geopolitics isn't in its declarations. It's in its institutions. Catholic charities, missionary orders, schools, hospitals. These are not just humanitarian arms. They're data-gathering nodes. They see things governments can't. They're embedded in communities where no embassy dares go. They carry the Church's message, but also its eyes and ears. They know who's rising, who's falling, who's worth a visit, and who needs a warning. Now let's talk numbers. The Catholic Church has more than 1.3 billion adherents. That's nearly 1 in 6 people on earth. And they're not just believers. They're citizens, voters, workers, soldiers, teachers, mayors, presidents. In many countries, a bishop's endorsement can swing an election. A priest's rebuke can end a career. And when the Vatican speaks, it echoes through pulpits across the globe. That's not just influence. That's infrastructure, a spiritual deep state. And it's leveraged constantly. Against abortion rights, against LGBTQ+ recognition, against secular education, against policies that threaten the Church's power base. Sometimes, the Vatican acts directly lobbying governments, funding conservative think tanks, coordinating campaigns through local parishes. Other times, it acts indirectly encouraging lay movements, supporting religious orders that quietly shape culture from within. And it doesn't stop at morality. The Vatican has intervened in elections. It has negotiated ceasefires. It has brokered treaties between warring factions. In 1978, it played a pivotal role in the Argentina-Chile Beagle conflict-preventing war through papal mediation. In 2014, it helped restore U.S.-Cuba diplomatic relations, something the CIA, Congress, and countless administrations couldn't do for 50 years. The Vatican can go where no other government can. Because it's not a government. It's an idea. And ideas can't be sanctioned. But ideas can be dangerous, especially when they're wrapped in holiness. Because the Vatican doesn't just represent one worldview. It protects it at all costs. And when something threatens that worldview, when science advances too far, when cultures drift too fast, when power begins to tilt away, the Vatican steps in, not with force, with influence. Quiet, insidious influence. The kind that rewrites textbooks, that delays legislation, that reshapes policy in the name of tradition. Because that's the thing about power wrapped in prayer. It's hard to argue with. It's even harder to see. Now think about the implications. A sovereign entity, beholden to no democracy, with diplomatic immunity, tax exemption, and global influence over more than 1 billion minds. It's a theocracy with embassies, a religious empire disguised as a country, and it's lasted longer than any other. Because the Vatican doesn't chase power. It cultivates it, like a vineyard, slowly, patiently, with generations of harvest in mind. But what happens when that cultivation turns predatory? What happens when the Vatican begins not just observing governments but infiltrating them, manipulating them, recording them? Because if you think the Church stops at diplomacy, you haven't seen its intelligence network. That's next. We're going beyond soft power. We're going into surveillance. Let's talk about the Vatican's secret intelligence gathering and the web of eyes it's spun across the globe. Intelligence gathering. For a state the size of a city park, Vatican City sees everything. It hears everything. It knows things before they happen. Not officially, not through microphones or satellites, but through something older, deeper, a network of informants, intermediaries, diplomats, clergy, and laity who stretch across every time zone and nearly every country on Earth. The Vatican doesn't have a CIA. It doesn't need one. Because it has confessionals. It has diplomatic immunity. It has 1.3 billion parishioners, tens of thousands of priests, and centuries of experience in surveillance that would make any intelligence agency blush. You want to talk about a global information network? Start with the Church. In the Vatican, information is currency. It always has been. Since its earliest days, the Church has relied on knowledge to maintain control of its flock, of its enemies, and of the world. Popes have wielded secrets like swords, and today, in the 21st century, that sword is sharper than ever. Let's begin with the basics. Vatican City is a sovereign state. It has a Secretariat of State, the Church's de facto foreign ministry. It has embassies called nunciatures in nearly every capital. And those embassies are not just diplomatic outposts, they're listening posts. Every papal nuncio, essentially, a Vatican ambassador, is trained not just in diplomacy, but in discretion. These men don't throw cocktail parties. They gather intelligence. They report on everything. Shifts in political leadership, rising unrest, ideological trends, even whispers of scandal. They're not just there to represent the Pope. They're there to observe, to record, to report. And they do, constantly, quietly, systematically. But that's only one layer. Beneath the diplomatic network is the ecclesiastical network. Every diocese, every parish, every mission post functions as a node. Priests serve as local observers. Bishops report to archbishops, who report to cardinals, who report to Rome. It's not espionage in the classic Centeno briefcases, no dead drops. It's intelligence wrapped in piety, in prayer. When a bishop writes to Rome, it's often framed as a spiritual update. But read between the lines, and you'll find a political weather report. This government is unstable. That community is drifting toward rebellion. This leader is open to influence. That one is not. And the Church listens. Then there are the confessionals. Let's be careful here. The Church officially maintains the sanctity of confession. Priest penitent privilege is absolute. The seal cannot be broken. But, unofficially, there's nothing stopping a priest from remembering what he hears. From recognizing patterns, from identifying risk. A powerful man confesses, he slips, he reveals something. And suddenly, the Church knows. Now layer onto that the religious orders. Jesuits, Dominicans, Franciscans, Opus Dei, each with its own chain of command, its own global reach, its own specialty. These orders don't just serve the poor, they serve the system. Some run schools, some run hospitals, some run newspapers, all gather information. And some, according to persistent whisperser, tasked with special duties, internal monitoring, external surveillance. Not officially. But does it need to be? Because in the Vatican, plausible deniability is theology. Let's go darker. There are stories always denied of Vatican monitors. Men not in cassocks, not in robes. Men with diplomatic badges. Men who attend conferences, shadow journalists, follow dissidents. Men who blend, who listen, who report not to the Italian government, but to the Secretariat of State. There are allegations that the Vatican maintains encrypted communication channels built decades ago to evade fascist and communist regimes, that it runs black account secret funds used to pay informants, to influence reporters, to shield assets. There are rumors of safe houses, of ghost archives, of hidden files kept not in the public Vatican library, but in the apostolic archive documents, so volatile that even many cardinals are unaware of them. Surveillance doesn't require cameras. It requires ears. And the Church has ears everywhere. When the sex abuse crisis exploded, it wasn't new. The Church had known for decades. It had files. It had correspondence. It had lists. But it didn't act. Because information is not just about action. It's about leverage. Blackmail? That word is too crude. But control? Absolutely. Because when you know someone's secrets, they become predictable, controllable. And in the Vatican, control is everything. So what's the limit? Is there a room somewhere, deep in the apostolic palace, where the Pope's intelligence reports are kept? Not doctrine, not homilies. Dossier. Of world leaders, of CEOs, of rivals inside the Church. It's not unthinkable, because the Church has always kept records, and the Church has always remembered. What's more terrifying is how they may be using it to shape doctrine, to manage dissent, to pick popes. That's right. The next conclave? It's not just a vote. It's a chessboard. And the men holding the pieces? They already know each other's secrets. So, when the smoke rises and the world sees white, they're not watching democracy. They're watching design. Strategic, clinical, divine, perhaps. But only if you believe God works through surveillance. Now zoom out. Imagine a global network, untaxed, unregulated, immune. Imagine it knows who's talking to whom, who's rising, who's falling. Imagine it reports everything up one ladder, and that ladder ends at the Holy See. No NSA, no CIA, just the God. Global observation doctrine. Not a name, just a reality. And it's been operating longer than any government on Earth. So next time you kneel at the altar, look closer, because the Church may be listening. Not for your soul, but for your secrets. And as we leave the silence of shadow listening, we enter the roar of ancient rites, of screaming voices, of battles not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. Let's talk about the rituals they still perform. Let's talk about the secret exorcisms. Secret exorcism rituals. It begins with a scream. Muffled. Animalistic. It doesn't sound like a person. Because, according to the Vatican, maybe it isn't. Inside a sealed room, no windows, no cameras, just walls that have heard things no one should. 4 priests stand around a convulsing body. They're dressed in black, sleeves rolled up. One holds a crucifix, one a book. One clutches a vial of oil. The fourth? He's the muscle. Because when the body thrashes, someone has to keep it from slamming into the stone floor. In the corner, a tape recorder ticks softly. Or maybe an iPhone now. Even devils update their firmware. This is a Vatican-sanctioned exorcism, but not the kind you'll ever read about in L'Osservatore Romano. Not the PR-friendly stuff. Not the sanitized tales told to wide-eyed journalists. This is deeper, more violent, off the books, performed in silence. Welcome to the real rite. The secret rite. The exorcism the Vatican doesn't want you to know it still performs. Let's rewind. Exorcism, officially, is a sacramental, not a sacrament. That means it doesn't guarantee grace. It's not like baptism or confession. It's more like a weapon, a tool, an old one. And like all old tools, it's heavy, rusty, hard to wield, and dangerous in the wrong hands. But according to church doctrine, demonic possession is real. Still. Now. Always. And when a soul is believed to be under siege, the church has a protocol. First, investigation. Second, psychiatric evaluation. Third, spiritual consultation. Then, the rite. The Ritual Romanum, updated in 1999 but barely changed in spirit since 1614, is the church's official exorcism manual. It reads like a battlefield instruction guide. Command the demon. Identify it. Demand its name. Break its hold. Force it out. But the version they show to the world? That's the one for press kits. Behind the veil, the Vatican holds on to something older, darker. A version of the ritual with pages that have never been photographed. Latin incantations too dangerous or too powerful to translate. Gestures that go unrecorded. A rhythm of ritual learned only through immersion, like a curse passed down through whisper. And it's used more often than you think. Despite the Vatican's public claim that possessions are rare, the number of exorcists has surged in the past 3 decades. In 2018, they held an international conference in Rome just for exorcists, nearly 250 of them. Quiet, discreet, no press passes. Why? Because the demand has spiked. And not from backwater parishes. From cities. From Vatican-adjacent dioceses. From within. Some claim the Vatican performs exorcisms on its own clergy. Silenced priests, whispering nuns, eyes hollowed by something not of this world or of this church. And if you believe the darker rumors, some of these rituals aren't about casting demons out. They're about binding them in. Containment. Control. Even communion. Let's talk about Father Amorth, the church's most famous exorcist. Founder of the International Association of Exorcists, performed tens of thousands of rites before his death. He once claimed that Satan had infiltrated the Vatican. Not metaphorically. Literally. He said there were cardinals under demonic influence. That decisions at the highest levels of the church were being shaped not by politics or theology, but by something darker. He was dismissed as eccentric, revered as a relic. But they never silenced him. Because sometimes, even when a truth is too loud, it's safer to let it echo. Now let's turn to the room. The one no tourist sees. The one beneath the Vatican, with a chair bolted to the floor, chains in the walls, and scratches on the ceiling. This room has no name in the visitor brochures. But according to a 1991 internal report never released, only leaked it was used in 4 separate rites conducted by Vatican-appointed exorcists between 1983 and 1989, each one involving a high-ranking cleric, each one with multiple witnesses, each one unsuccessful. What does that mean? That the demon wasn't expelled? That it wasn't a demon? Or that what they summoned couldn't be returned? There's a theory that exorcism, at its most secret level, isn't about protection. It's about proximity, getting close to the edge, flirting with the abyss. And that in rare case, extremely rare, the Church sanctions something more radical, dialogical exorcism, where the priest doesn't just command, he listens, he questions, he learns. Because maybe, just maybe, these entities know things. Things the Church wants, ancient things, names, locations, histories, secrets, unfathomable, unholy wisdom. And what happens when that wisdom becomes useful? Do you stop the ritual? Do you send the demon back? Or do you make a deal? There's no record of such deals. Of course there isn't. But in the secret registry of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith once, the Inquisition there are classified case files labeled not as possessio, but consentio. Consent. Permission. Not possession, but partnership. Are these linguistic quirks? Clerical typos? Or evidence of something worse? Because if even one of those rituals was a conversation, then what did the Vatican learn? And what did it promise? We'll never know. Because the priests who perform these rites don't speak. They take oaths deeper than confession. And those who break them vanish. Some to remote monasteries, some to sabbaticals that never end. A few declared mentally unfit. They don't talk. They stare. They tremble. They pray with urgency, like men who've seen what waits behind the veil and still remember its voice. This is the ritual side of the Vatican's shadow. Not doctrine, not diplomacy, but war. The Church still believes in spiritual combat, still fights it, still bleeds for it. But it no longer shouts that truth. It whispers it. Because in an age of science and secularism, demonic possession sounds like madness, which makes it the perfect place to hide something real. Because if no one believes in devils anymore, then no one's watching when the Vatican fights one, or when it loses. So next, let's step into prophecy. Beyond ritual, beyond belief. Let's talk about what the Vatican claims not to predict, but still prepares for. Let's talk about Vatican prophecies. Vatican prophecies. Somewhere inside the Vatican, far below the ornate halls, the perfumed chapels, and the endless tide of incense, there is said to be a room with no windows, no saints, no paintings, just a table, a lamp, and a safe bolted into stone. Inside that safe, locked behind layers of steel and prayer, is a document. Not just any document, a prophecy. Not one revealed to the faithful, but one kept for the powerful. And if the whispers are true, this prophecy doesn't predict hope. It predicts the end. The Vatican's history with prophecy is long, tangled, and marked by contradictions. On one hand, it reveres prophecy, calls it a gift of the Holy Spirit. On the other, it quarantines it, labels it private revelation, tolerated but not binding, revered but not preached, unless it's useful. Let's start with the most infamous example, Fatima. In 1917, 3 shepherd children in Portugal claimed to see a vision of the Virgin Mary. She gave them 3 secrets. The first 2 were revealed, the third, hidden, sealed, supposedly too explosive to release. It wasn't until 2000 that the Church revealed the third secret of Fatima. But even then, the faithful didn't buy it. Why? Because what they released was vague. A vision of a bishop in white climbing a mountain surrounded by corpses shot by soldiers. Interpret it however you want, it's either allegory or anticlimax. The real third secret, some say, is still locked in that safe because it speaks of something worse. Something apocalyptic. And it's not the only one. The Vatican collects prophecies like it collects relics, quietly, selectively. They've received hundreds of messages from mystics, visionaries, and seers, some verified, some not, but almost all of them disappear into the archives. The Church claims they investigate each one thoroughly, but what that actually means is anyone's guess. Let's break it down. Every year, the Vatican receives reports of alleged Marian apparitions and other prophetic events. Some are obvious hoaxes, others are genuine mysteries, and then there are the ones they don't comment on at all. Why? Because silence is safer than denial. When someone claims the Virgin Mary showed them a vision of the Pope assassinated, the Church says, "We're investigating." But when someone claims to have seen Rome in flames, with angels battling demons in the sky, they file it away. No press release. No comment. No denial, because they're watching for patterns. And when the patterns align, they listen. There's a story never confirmed, never debunked that during the Cold War, a group of Vatican theologians maintained a running list of repeating symbols found in prophecies across centuries. Among them, a black pope reigning during global chaos, the Tiber River running red, the collapse of the dome of St. Peter's, a star falling from the sky and striking Rome. A new Peter rising not from within the Church, but from outside it. Now, are these metaphors or forecasts? The Vatican won't say, but they've prepared. Some believe the secret archives contain an entire section dedicated to eschatological contingency, in other words, papal response plans for prophesied disasters. One former archivist, speaking anonymously in a 2005 interview, claimed there are multiple sealed envelopes inside the archive marked with three-letter codes. One marked PPD, Pope Predicted Dead. Another, RCI, Rome Catastrophic Incident. A third, RMC, Return of the Messiah Confirmed. Sound insane? Good. That's how they keep you from asking questions. Because while the faithful are told to ignore prophecy, the hierarchy reads every word. Why? Because prophecy is power. Control the message, and you control the fear. Control the fear, and you control the faithful. But there's something darker. What if some of these prophecies don't come from God? What if some come from somewhere else? Because not every visionary claims divine inspiration. Some claim extraterrestrial contact. Others say their visions came during sleep uninvited, unwanted, accompanied by ringing in the ears and nosebleeds. Still, others describe being taken, not abducted in the science fiction sense, but spiritually extracted, floating, transported, shown images of Earth from above, cities burning, oceans boiling. And when they return, they go to confession. Because they're terrified, and the Church listens. Not officially, but thoroughly. They have a team: theological psychiatrists, demonologists, spiritual discerners. They listen for patterns. They triangulate. They cross-reference visions from Argentina with ones from Korea, messages from Peru with scribbles from a cloistered nun in Belgium. And when the same symbols appear, they don't deny. They prepare. And that's the most terrifying part. The Vatican doesn't scoff at prophecy. It organizes it, files it, curates it, updates it, Somewhere inside the apostolic palace is a room with maps, dates, convergences, a master list of unfulfilled visions. Some dated 1200, some dated 2022. Because prophecy isn't about the past. It's about the roadmap. And maybe the most controversial one of all? Malachi, a 12th century Irish archbishop who supposedly had a vision of all future popes. He described them in cryptic Latin phrases. Some say his list ends with the current Pope Francis. He called him Petrus Romanus Peter of Rome, the final pope before the end. The Vatican doesn't endorse Malachi's prophecy, but they've never condemned it either. It sits there, like a loaded gun on a mantle, unfired, unacknowledged, but present. And when Pope Francis was elected, many inside the church got nervous. Because if he's the last one, then what comes next? But maybe the Vatican already knows. Maybe that's what the real third secret says. Maybe that's why the archives are sealed. Because if the church told the truth, that the end was scheduled, that the countdown had already begun, panic, chaos, collapse. So instead, they smile. They wave from balconies. They talk of mercy and hope, while deep below, the lamp stays on, the safe remains locked, and the prophecies, one by one, keep coming true. Next, we go from the whispers of tomorrow to the silences of today. Let's talk about what happens when a miracle isn't convenient. When the divine goes off script. Let's talk about the unexplained miracles the Vatican never investigates. Unexplained miracles. It begins like so many holy stories dealt with something small. A child's fever vanishing overnight. A statue shedding tears that aren't metaphor. A flash of light in a darkened church. A voice heard by no one but one. The inexplicable. The miraculous. The divine. Interrupting the mundane. But then, something strange happens. Nothing. No investigation. No pilgrimages. No canonizations or declarations. No Vatican spokesperson acknowledging that, yes, this event has the fingerprints of heaven. Just silence. Dismissal. Delay. Because some miracles don't get a press release. Some are inconvenient. And when that happens, the Vatican locks its eyes forward and pretends the miracle didn't knock. Let's be clear. The Catholic Church has a long, elaborate protocol for vetting miracles. For a healing to be recognized as miraculous, it must meet strict criteria: instantaneous, complete, lasting, scientifically unexplainable. Verified by a team of doctors and theologians, most of whom would rather be disproving than believing. And when all those boxes are checked, even then, maybe. Because here's the real truth. Miracles aren't treated like wonders. They're treated like risks. Because every miracle is a message. And not every message is one the church wants told. Let's talk about the ones that vanish. The bleeding host in Buenos Aires. In the 1990s, a consecrated communion wafer began to bleed after being left in a tabernacle. Photos were taken. Samples were sent to a lab. The results came back strange human tissue, heart muscle, under stress. The Vatican never officially endorsed it. Pope Francis, then Cardinal Bergoglio, knew about it. The file was never closed. But neither was it opened to the public. The weeping statue in Sicily. A plaster statue of the Virgin Mary began to cry actual tears, collected and tested, salty, human, witnessed by dozens, investigated, then quietly shelved. Why? Because the owner of the statue claimed the Virgin told her, "My tears are for the corruption within the church." Too close. Too real. Too now. That miracle was buried under bureaucracy. A man declared brain dead who woke during prayer. A documented case in Poland, monitored by hospital machines. No brain activity, no hope. Then his mother began praying a rosary at his bedside. Minutes later, activity returned. He woke, spoke, walked. Doctor shrugged. The Vatican shrugged harder, because the man claimed he saw visions of priests in flames, of popes in chains, of Mary, warning that the church's time was short. You can guess how fast that report disappeared. Why would the Vatican bury a miracle? Because miracles disrupt control. They energize movements. They spark crowds. They turn a quiet parish into a revolution. Imagine a miracle where the Virgin Mary appears and tells the faithful that women should be priests, that gay marriage is sacred, that confession is unnecessary. What does the Vatican do? Smile? Celebrate? Number. It denies, then delays, then forgets. Because the church doesn't fear false miracles. It fears true ones it didn't authorize, ones it can't frame, ones it can't profit from. And so, a quiet apparatus within the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith monitors miracle reports not for validation but for containment. It's not public. It has no name. But exorcists know about it. Canon lawyers whisper about it. Because sometimes a miracle isn't divine. Sometimes it's an indictment. And then there are the miracles that don't align with doctrine at all. Apparitions of Mary that don't speak Latin. Instead, they speak the local language, or worse languages no one recognizes. Messages that mention other planets, other worlds, other beings. Healings that happen not with saints but with lay people. No prayers, no relics, just will. These don't fit, so they don't count, and the faithful are told to wait. Forever. Let's talk about the miracle moratoriums. The Vatican rarely denies a miracle outright. It simply withholds judgment. Which means, until you forget about it. There are over 400 Marian apparitions awaiting judgment. Some are centuries old, unanswered, unacknowledged, forgotten by all but the villagers who still light candles and leave flowers. Because miracles don't disappear. They simmer. They inspire devotion, even in silence. And sometimes, silence is the Vatican's most effective tool. Because silence isn't denial. It's suffocation. It's how you kill a miracle slowly. And then there are the ones the Vatican does investigate only to bury the results. Miracles in war zones. Miracles in politically inconvenient regions. Miracles claimed by victims of church abuse. Especially those. Because when a survivor claims they were healed by Christ after leaving the church, that's not a miracle. That's a threat. To the narrative. To the structure. To the brand. Because that's what the church has become in some corners of brand. And miracles that don't fit the brand message, they don't get airtime. So what does this mean? It means that somewhere, right now, someone is experiencing something divine. A healing. A vision. A transformation. They'll report it. It will be documented, filed, then forgotten, unless it can be used, unless it confirms what Rome already wants to say. And what does that say about faith? That the Vatican treats it like a factory? Miracles in, doctrine out? It should be the other way around. But maybe that's the ultimate miracle. That faith survives in spite of the hierarchy. That belief persists even when its caretakers grow deaf. And as we close the chapter on miracles that vanish, we open the door to bones that whisper, to tunnels that descend deeper than history. Next, the Vatican's hidden catacombs. What's buried there isn't just ancient. It's alive with questions. Hidden catacombs. Deep beneath the polished marble floors and golden domes of Vatican City lies a world far older than Christianity, a city beneath the city, silent, airless, untouched by time. These are the catacombs, the real ones, not the sanitized tours given to pilgrims, not the graveyard galleries open to tourists in polite rows of bones. These are the hidden catacombs, the ones not on any map, the ones sealed off with iron gates and Vatican silence. They weren't built, they were carved, hollowed out, century by hands long forgotten, shaping the dark like sculptors shape stone. And in that dark, something was left behind, not just bones, not just tombs, secrets, stories, power. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The Vatican, officially, acknowledges some catacombs. They'll tell you about the Vatican necropolis, St. Peter's supposed final resting place. They'll mention the Roman catacombs like San Callisto, open for pilgrimage and prayer, and they'll flash just enough torchlight on the past to satisfy the curious. But what they won't tell you is this: there's more, much more, locked behind doors that require not just keys but permissions. And not just permissions, but silence. Because the catacombs beneath the Vatican extend far beyond the tourist trail. They twist and loop, a labyrinth of death and doctrine, where layers of civilization have piled up like sediment. Roman pagan, early Christian, medieval Catholic. They intertwine like veins through the stone heart of the church. Some allege they reach as far as Castel Sant'Angelo, even across the Tiber, connecting with ancient tunnels used by Roman emperors. Others claim these passageways were escape routes for popes, vaults for relics, even prisons for heretics. These claims aren't fantasy. They're supported by fragments, documents in the Archivum Secretum, testimonies of monks long buried, blueprints drawn and then abruptly redacted. But it's what's inside the sealed chambers that raises the most questions. Let's begin with the Room of the Skulls. No official mention of it exists. But in 1947, a Swiss guard assigned to the Vatican's lower security reported discovering a chamber filled wall-to-wall with human skulls, each marked not with names, but with symbols. Crosses, triangles, stars, some burned, some engraved, with Latin phrases that even Vatican translators couldn't or wouldn't decipher. He was reassigned the next week, retired the year after. The chamber's location? Never disclosed. His report? Sealed. Then there's the rumored Chapel of the Forgotten Popes. According to a fringe account by a former Vatican archivist, there is a subterranean chapel carved entirely from black basalt, illuminated only by natural phosphorescence, dedicated not to canonized saints, but to popes, the Church erased. Men who reigned in times of schism, men whose names were struck from the records after accusations of heresy, witchcraft, or apostasy. The chapel, it's said, contains inscriptions in a language no longer spoken, not Greek, not Latin, something older, and it's still used. Once a year. By whom? The report didn't say. Then there's the Tomb of Silence, found deeper still, accessible only by a spiral descent that hasn't seen sunlight in centuries. No photos exist. Only sketches made by a Jesuit explorer in the 18th century, preserved in a brittle folio buried in the Vatican Library's unclassified section. The tomb holds no body, only a chair. Stone, smooth, facing a wall etched with prayers in reverse. It's believed to be a place of punishment for spirits, or confessions never meant to be heard. Sound absurd? Maybe. But every year, rumors trickle out. Workers disappear for weeks beneath the floor of St. Peter's. Stone shipments arrive with no architectural plans. Excavations take place after midnight, with no public explanation. And always the same response from the Church: restoration. But what if it's not restoration? What if it's containment? Because hidden within these catacombs are not just remains. There are relics, unlabeled, untouched. Relics that, if revealed, could dismantle entire theologies. Bones wrapped in inscriptions that contradict the Gospels. Artifacts etched with names not found in any canon. Icons that resemble not saints, but entities. And yes, some believe the Vatican has found things down there it refuses to name. Tablets older than Genesis. Figurines not of angels or demons, but of something in between. Theories abound. One suggests that the deeper you go, the less Christian the catacombs become. You start with saints. You end with shadows. Pre-Christian symbols carved in haste. Faces scratched off statues. Texts buried face down, as if to trap what they contain. A growing theory among fringe scholars is that the Vatican discovered something down there that terrified them. Not a demon, not a ghost. A truth. A reminder that Christianity didn't begin in a vacuum. That before the cross there was something else. That Jesus wasn't the first to walk underground in worship of the divine. And that perhaps the catacombs themselves are proof of that lineage and inheritance the Church refuses to claim. Let's not forget the rituals. Because legends say that once, long ago, popes conducted secret liturgies in the catacombs. Not the Eucharist. Something older. Something whispered. A rite of remembrance or invocation passed from pope to pope in silence. No records. Only memory. Until someone stopped remembering. And the doors were sealed. But what if some of those doors have recently been reopened? In 2019, a Vatican press release briefly mentioned archaeological expansion in the lower necropolis. It was withdrawn. Within hours. Screenshots still exist. No reason given. But that same year, a group of Vatican workers reportedly quit en masse, citing unsafe conditions. When asked what those conditions were, they said nothing. Refused interviews. Moved to different countries. That's how you know the Church touched something real. Because when you're that afraid, you don't speak. You flee. Which brings us to the last chamber. The Whisper Vault. Only mentioned once in a footnote from a 1921 Jesuit expedition, said to be a chamber so acoustically perfect that a whisper spoken at one end is heard with full clarity 40 feet away. It's shaped like a perfect circle. Its walls are lined with smooth, black stone. There are no decorations, no crosses, no candles. Just a pedestal in the center. Empty. Theories? A sonic temple. A site of ancient meditation. Or something worse. A communication device. Not for speaking to God, but for listening. To what? They never said, but the Jesuit team never returned. Their journals end with a single line, circled in red. There are echoes here that have not faded in millennia. No follow-up. No debrief. Just silence. Because that's the thing about the catacombs. They're not just storage for the dead. They're storage for the truth. And truth, down here, rots less quickly than bodies. So the next time you see the Vatican from above shining, perfect, pure, remember this. Beneath that city is another, older, darker, more honest, and it's waiting. Still, which brings us up, slowly, to the surface once more. To the uniforms, the halberds, the smiles. Let's talk about the ones sworn to guard all these secrets. Let's talk about the Swiss Guard. Swiss Guard secrets. They look like something out of a Renaissance fair. Bright striped uniforms, plumed helmets, halberds taller than themselves. Tourists smile, snap photos, toss jokes. Toy soldiers, someone mutters. Fancy doormen, says another. But beneath the color, beneath the silk and steel, beneath the centuries of ceremony, lies something most visitors never suspect. These men are killers, elite, devout, and terrifyingly loyal. This is the Pontifical Swiss Guard. They are not just ceremonial ornaments, they are the oldest standing military unit in the world. Founded in 1506 by Pope Julius II, they have served 42 popes. They have survived assassinations, invasions, schisms, and scandals. And not once have they broken their vow. Their official purpose? To protect the Pope. Their actual purpose? To protect the Vatican's secrets. Let's start with the training. It's not a joke. Every recruit must be Swiss, Catholic, unmarried, and between 5'8" and 6'2" tall. They must have completed Swiss military service, passed rigorous physical and psychological evaluations, and undergone months of training in close-quarters combat. And that's just to enter. Once inside the Vatican, the real training begins. Hand to hand. Counter, assault, subtle kills. Every Swiss Guard is trained to disarm and disable with terrifying efficiency. Behind the walls of the Vatican, they drill in underground chambers, far from tourist cameras. They train not just to kill, but to vanish. And yes, they train with guns. The halberds are just tradition. The real weapons, pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles are locked beneath chapels and coated armories. But it goes deeper than combat. They're trained in surveillance, in lie detection, in protocol for evacuating the Pope in under 60 seconds. And some are selected for something even more secret, the inner detail, a subset of the Swiss Guard with additional clearance, enhanced security clearance, and privileged access. Only the Pope and the commander know who they are. They're the ones stationed, not just at the visible gates, but near the vaults, the archives, the safe rooms. They guard doors that don't exist on maps. They escort cardinals to meetings not listed on calendars. And when a crisis erupts, they seal, contain, control. There's a story unconfirmed, of course, that during the conclave of 2005, a cardinal suffered a breakdown mid-vote, began screaming about visions, about hell opening inside the Sistine Chapel. He tried to leave, was stopped, not by other cardinals, by the Swiss Guard. No documentation exists, but his seat remained empty during the next vote. He retired, quietly, returned to Germany, died within the year. Then there's the 1998 incident. Commandant Alois Estermann, his wife, and Vice Corporal Cedric Tournayal found dead in the guards' quarters. The official story? Murder-suicide. A disgruntled guard shot the commandant and his wife, then himself. Case closed. Except it wasn't. The investigation was sealed within days. Autopsy reports were classified. Tournay's mother said the bullet wounds didn't match. Rumors swirled. Was Estermann investigating corruption? Was he planning to reveal something? Was Tournay silenced? The Vatican says nothing. Still, and no one in the Guard has spoken since. Because here's the thing about the Swiss Guard. They don't just protect the Pope. They protect the continuity of the Church. And sometimes, that means doing things no holy man would admit. There are persistent whispers always denied of a disciplinary chamber beneath the barracks. No torture, nothing medieval, just reconditioning. For guards who ask too many questions, for those who see too much. It's called the Grey Room, a windowless cell with only a chair, a crucifix, and a speaker system. They play Gregorian chants on loop. For days. Some guards come out praying louder. Some come out quieter. Some never return to service. And then there are the stories of the Ghost Watch, a rotating detail of guards assigned not to the Pope, but to relics. Sacred objects never displayed. Items so dangerous or so powerful that they require human presence at all times. The watch has no schedule, no records. The guards assigned disappear from the roster for weeks. When they return, they say nothing. Except one. He quit. Moved to a monastery. Told a fellow monk he'd guarded something that blinked once, and then never blinked again. Was it metaphor? Madness? Or something else? We'll never know. Because the Swiss Guard isn't just trained in combat, they're trained in silence. They take oaths not just to protect the Pope's body, but the Church's soul, and all its sins. So who watches the watchers? No one. Because the Swiss Guard answers only to the Pope. Not the cardinals. Not the Curia. Not Interpol. Not the press. They are the Vatican's final firewall. The last gate. And if you're ever caught crossing a line the Church doesn't acknowledge, you won't see them coming. You'll only feel the grip, the quiet, the end. So next time you smile at the guards in stripes, know this: they're smiling back and counting exits. Next, we move from the guardians of the living to the ghosts of the past, the ones who wore the crown of Peter with blood still on their hands. Let's talk about the dark history of the popes and the power that corrupted even Christ's supposed vicar. Dark history of popes. There is a myth, carefully embroidered through centuries of incense and iconography, that the Pope is a man above men, a vessel of holiness, guided by divine light, chosen not by politics or power, but by the whisper of the Holy Spirit. That myth has a body count, because behind the gold robes and stained glass portraits lies a truth far messier, bloodier, and more profane than any church bulletin would ever admit. The papacy, glorious, infallible, eternal, wasn't always holy. In fact, for long stretches of history, it was about as holy as a butcher's apron. There have been popes who murdered, popes who lied, who bribed, who seduced, who stole, who ordered torture, who raped, who had children with nuns, and had those children killed to protect their image. There have been popes who bought the office outright, popes who sold indulgences like spiritual crack, popes who turned the Vatican into a brothel and the altar into a bargaining table. This isn't conspiracy theory. It's church history. Let's go back, way back, to the 9th century, a time of chaos, of rapid-fire papal reigns. In a single 5-year stretch, the throne of Peter changed hands 8 times. Why? Poison, dagger, intrigue, political whiplash. The Vatican wasn't a city of peace, it was a crime scene. Enter Pope Formosus, dead but not done. 9 months after his death, his successor, Pope Stephen VI, had his corpse dug up, dressed in papal vestments, and put on trial. Yes, a literal corpse propped up on a throne. This was the Cadaver Synod, one of the most macabre events in papal history. Formosus's dead body was interrogated, condemned, stripped of his papal title, and thrown into the Tiber River. Why? Politics. Power. Because even death wasn't enough to silence an enemy. Now let's jump forward to the Renaissance, the golden age of popes behaving badly. The Borgia family didn't just infiltrate the papacy. They rebranded it as a mafia empire. Pope Alexander VI, born Rodrigo Borgia, fathered at least 7 illegitimate children, many with his mistress Vanozza dei Catane, others possibly with his own daughter, Lucrezia. He bought his way into the papacy through outright bribery and ruled the Vatican like a mob boss. He used papal armies to settle family feuds. He arranged strategic marriages for his children to consolidate power. He presided over orgies inside the apostolic palace, including the infamous banquet of chestnuts. where 50 courtesans danced nude for Vatican officials and were later awarded for their performance in a contest judged by clergy. Alexander VI didn't just tolerate corruption. He institutionalized it. And when he died, it was probably poison, not delivered by an enemy, but intended for Anya and accidentally ingested by him instead. Justice, maybe, but it didn't stop the rot. Pope Leo X, born Giovanni de' Medici, famously said, "Since God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it." And enjoy it he did. He drained the Vatican treasury on lavish parties, indulgences, art commissions, and elephant parades. Yes, elephant parades. He funded his extravagance by selling salvation. This was the Pope who turned indulgences, the forgiveness of sin, into a money-making machine. You sin, you pay, you're forgiven. Simple. Martin Luther's 95 Theses? That wasn't rebellion. It was a reaction to Leo X's greed. The Reformation wasn't born from theology. It was born from disgust. But the Church didn't reform. It retaliated. Through centuries of inquisitions, torture chambers, executions. And popes approved it all. Pope Innocent VIII authorized the Malleus Maleficarum witch-hunting manual that sparked the deaths of tens of thousands of women across Europe. He claimed to be fighting heresy. He was actually fighting dissent. Then came Pope Urban VI, who beat his cardinals with his fists and had others tortured for conspiring against him. He once said, "I can hear them scream better if we do it in the garden." That's not the voice of God. That's psychopathy investments. Then there's the long-standing financial corruption. For centuries, the papacy was sold. Literally. The term is Simonite buying and selling of church offices. Rich families would bid on the papacy like it was a medieval IPO. And when they won, they'd loot the coffers, fund wars, enrich their cousins. They'd use the keys of Peter to unlock bank vaults. This went on for centuries. Then there's the Vatican's role in war. Pope Pius XII, during World War II, has long been criticized for his silence on the Holocaust. He knew, he saw, he chose diplomacy over outrage, neutrality over humanity. Thousands of Jews were rounded up within blocks of the Vatican walls. He said nothing. Defenders claim he worked behind the scenes to save lives. But behind-the-scenes silence sounds a lot like complicity when the trains are running on time to Auschwitz. And still, the Vatican beatified him. Why? Because the papacy is not just about sainthood. It's about self-preservation, about image control, about rewriting history before the historians arrive. And that brings us to today. The scandals haven't stopped. They've just modernized. Financial crimes, sexual abuse cover-ups, power struggles. The Vatican Bank has been linked to money laundering, offshore accounts, and suspicious deaths. Popes still make political moves in cassocks and coded language. They speak of mercy while maintaining systems that protect predators. They speak of peace while aligning with regimes for diplomatic reasons. So what's changed? Not the church. Only the cameras. And when those cameras are gone, the dark returns. Because the popes of the past never left. Their ghosts linger in papal apartments. Their sins echo in cathedrals. Their secrets are etched into the marble, hidden in paintings, buried beneath the archives. The papacy has been a beacon, a sword, a shield, but it's also been a crime scene, a stage, a throne of lies. And no amount of incense can mask the smell of blood. So next time you see the white cassock, the gentle wave, the smile, remember this. The Pope may speak for God, but history speaks louder. Vatican and aliens, UFOs. If you think the Vatican's greatest secrets are buried under marble floors and locked in dusty archives, think bigger. much bigger. Think extraterrestrial. Because nestled among the catacombs, sealed documents, and whispered rites, there's a theory so outrageous, so blasphemous, it makes bleeding statues and corpse trials sound quaint. It's the idea that the Vaticanese, the Holy See itself, has known for decades that we are not alone. And more than that, they've been preparing. This isn't just a fringe fantasy whispered at UFO conventions. It's a persistent thread woven through the fabric of modern conspiracies. It has structure, it has timelines, and most chillingly, it has motive. Let's start with what we know. The Vatican owns one of the most powerful observatories on Earth. Not in Italy, in Arizona. Specifically, Mount Graham, an ancient, sacred Apache site, fought over for decades. And atop this mountain, the Vatican helped construct the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope. It's one of the most advanced infrared telescopes in the world. Why does the world's smallest country and institution built on theology and tradition need a cutting-edge space observatory? Publicly, they say it's for studying the stars, understanding God's creation, exploring the beauty of the cosmos. Privately, some claim they're watching for something. Or someone. And here's where it gets weirder. Next door to the Vatican's telescope sits another operated by a different organization. Its name? LUCIFER. No, that's not satire. That's the actual acronym. Large Binocular Telescope Near-Infrared Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research. Say it again. Slowly. LUCIFER. Coincidence? Maybe. But in conspiracy circles, that acronym lit a fire. Because suddenly, you have the Vatican, an ancient religious body, partnering with scientists atop a sacred mountain, scanning the skies with a telescope nicknamed after the devil, and nobody wants to explain it. Some say the Vatican is preparing for disclosure, that moment when governments finally admit contact has been made, or sightings can no longer be denied. Why would the Vatican care? Because when alien life is confirmed, theology trembles. Genesis says we were made in God's image. So, what happens when creatures not of this earth show up with intelligence, language, maybe even spirituality? What does the Church say then? Some insiders claim they've already answered that question quietly. In 2008, Father Jose Gabriel Funes, then head of the Vatican Observatory, stated publicly that belief in extraterrestrials doesn't contradict our faith. He even called aliens our brothers. The world shrugged. But theologians noticed. That wasn't just damage control. That was doctrine prep. It was the Vatican, hedging its bets, grafting a cosmology that could stretch to accommodate other worlds, other souls, other divine plans. Because if they don't prepare, they become irrelevant. And irrelevance is a greater threat to the Church than any invasion. There's a persistent rumor that buried in the Vatican's secret archives is a document written in the late 1950s, following a rash of unexplained aerial phenomena in Europe. It's allegedly titled Dominionem Caelestis, the Dominion of the Heavens. It outlines a theological contingency plan. If alien life is revealed, evangelization is not immediate. Their spiritual state must be assessed. Baptism is not presumed necessary. Humanity retains spiritual primacy unless proven otherwise. It reads like a policy manual for interstellar diplomacy. Which raises a question. Why would the Church write that unless it believed it might need it? And then there's the whispers of the Vatican possessing evidence. Artifacts. Writings. Even biological samples. Impossible to confirm. Impossible to disprove. Which is precisely the Vatican's game. Because ambiguity is a fortress. They never say yes. They never say no. They say mystery, which is perfect. Because mystery doesn't have to answer questions. It just has to keep asking them. But let's take it one step further. Some claim the Vatican isn't just preparing for disclosure. They're participating in it, facilitating contact. There are fringe reports of Vatican officials never named, always anonymous, attending secret meetings at U.S. military bases. There are stories of cardinals flown to Groom Lake, of relics being tested for unknown isotopes, of ancient texts decoded for reference to sky beings that descend in chariots of fire. Even biblical passages have been re-examined. What was Ezekiel's vision, if not a close encounter? What were the Nephilim, if not hybrids? What was the Star of Bethlehem, if not a craft? It's speculative. Of course it is. But speculation is just theology with less Latin. The Vatican knows this. That's why it never condemns these theories. It lets them breathe. Because if one day a ship descends from the sky and beings walk out in peace, the Church must be ready to greet them, to convert them, or to confess to them. And if they're not peaceful, well, perhaps that's why the Swiss Guard trains underground. So the next time you look at the stars, so are they. Because maybe heaven isn't just above. Maybe it's watching. Maybe it's landing. And maybe, just maybe, the Vatican already knows what it looks like. Next, let's turn from cosmic conspiracies to ancient hardware. To secrets not in the stars, but in the circuits. Let's talk about the Vatican's alleged control or suppression of ancient technology. Control of ancient technology. Imagine a relic, not carved from wood or cast in bronze, but etched with patterns too complex for a chisel, too symmetrical for time. Imagine a machine, found in ruins where no machines should be, still humming, still warm. Imagine a device pulled from a sarcophagus, not of a king, but of a priest, bearing inscriptions that mention not God, but light, flight, and power. Now imagine the Vatican owns it. The idea sounds like pure science fiction, that the Vatican, guardian of spiritual truth, is secretly the custodian of forgotten machinist technologies so advanced they would look like miracles. But like most terrifying ideas, it's not the absurdity that makes it stick. It's the silence. Because the Vatican has one of the largest and most secretive collections of ancient texts and artifacts in the world. Buried beneath layers of stone and dogma, the apostolic archive holds millions of documents and relics, many never seen by any eyes but papal ones. And in that sealed world, locked away from archaeologists and historians, lies the possibility of a technological timeline the rest of the world forgot, or was never allowed to remember. Let's start with the known. Throughout history, civilizations have described technologies that should not have existed. Ancient Indian texts speak of Vimana's flying machines with engines powered by mercury and fire. Greek legends describe automatons, metal beings forged by Hephaestus to serve gods and men alike. Even biblical accounts speak of objects that defy logic. The Ark of the Covenant, emitting light, sound, and death. The chariots of fire that carried Elijah to heaven. The Tower of Babel, a device to reach God, or the stars. These aren't just myths. They're blueprints. And somewhere, hidden in a vault under Vatican City, they may not just be written. They may be real. There are rumors persistent, hard to kill, that the Vatican possesses not just the texts, but the remains of ancient machines. Devices recovered from collapsed temples, mechanisms found near early Christian sites, fragments of unknown alloys, gears with microscopic precision. Not enough to function, but enough to prove they once did. Why would the Church suppress such knowledge? Because power is fragile. If ancient civilizations had technology we cannot replicate today, then the Catholic timeline, the one that begins with Adam and peaks with the Pope fractures, suddenly, Genesis isn't the beginning. It's a sequel. And Christ isn't divine because he performed miracles. He's divine because the competition was silent. What if Jesus healed the blind using a device? What if he walked on water, wearing technology? The faith doesn't allow for that. So the tech vanishes, relegated to myth, buried literally by the church. But let's go further. There are claims that within the Vatican's secret storage are machines still functional. One such object, according to a 19th century Jesuit source, was found beneath a decommissioned basilica in Syrian Orb that emitted low-frequency vibrations and caused spontaneous hallucinations in anyone nearby. It was shipped to Rome, never seen again. The priest who reported it was reassigned to Antarctica. Coincidence? Unlikely. There's also the persistent legend of the chronovisor. This device, allegedly built in the 1950s by a Benedictine monk named Father Pellegrino Ernetti, was said to allow the user to view events from the past, not record them, view them, as if time were a channel, as if history could be tuned in. Ernetti claimed the machine was built using principles derived from ancient Greek texts and suppressed knowledge held within the Vatican library. He said the church eventually ordered the device dismantled. Why? Because the past is dangerous. Because if you can see history as it was not as it's taught you, undue power. What if you could watch the crucifixion? What if you could see whether it happened at all? Faith doesn't survive the camera. And the chronovisor? Its blueprints were allegedly locked in the apostolic archive, sealed under papal order. Only a few popes ever saw them. Some claim one ordered it rebuilt during the Cold War. To spy on the Soviets? To view the resurrection? We'll never know. But the monk who built it died under house arrest. His final confession? The past is louder than the future. Then there's the whispered Vatican interest in sound resonance. Certain frequencies are said to heal, others destroy. Some ancient temples, especially pre-Christian ones, were built with acoustics that amplify these frequencies, not for music, for effects, altered states, visions, healing, or worse. The church has allegedly acquired these structures, not to preserve them, to study them, reverse engineer them. Use them? Maybe. Because if the ancients could manipulate consciousness with nothing but sound and stone, then perhaps the saints didn't see visions of angels. Perhaps they heard them summoned by architecture. And if you control the blueprint, you control the divine. Now add to that the stories of devices smuggled during the Crusades, machines from ancient libraries in Alexandria, Antioch, Constantinople, machines mistaken for relics, stored in monasteries, examined, hidden. A small cylindrical device inscribed with Starson early telescope? A polished crystal that magnified Thoton ancient neural amplifier? Sounds ridiculous. But so did electricity, once. And remember, the Vatican is patient. It has time. It doesn't need to understand. It just needs to own. And so it collects. It catalogs. And when someone stumbles too close an archaeologist, a priest, a journalist, they are discredited or disappeared. Because control isn't about knowing everything. It's about knowing more than everyone else. And ancient technology is the ultimate power. Because it's proof. Proof that the world isn't what we think. That God isn't who we think. That the church isn't necessary. And that's the most dangerous truth of all. So what happens if this vault is ever opened? If the devices are shown? If the chronovisor is rebuilt? Everything breaks. And maybe that's why the church keeps the door closed. Because on the other side isn't blasphemy. It's competition. And now, we move to a theory that claims this war for control isn't new. That someone has already taken the throne. That the man who wears white isn't the only pope in power. Let's descend into the dark lore of the Vatican's most elusive figure. The Black Pope. The Black Pope, Superior General of the Jesuits. He wears no mitre, no ring kissed, no balcony speeches. You won't see him waving from St. Peter's. You won't hear his voice echoing across the cobblestones of St. Peter's Square. But if you believe the rumors, he doesn't need to. Because he's already in control. They call him the Black Pope. Not for his skin. Not for his soul. But for his vestments black, plain, unadorned, a stark contrast to the gilded robes and white cassock of the pontiff. His title is Superior General of the Society of Jesus the Jesuits. His power? Allegedly greater than the Pope himself. At least, that's how the conspiracy goes. Let's begin with facts. The Jesuits were founded in 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola as a militant arm of the Catholic Church, intellectual warriors, spiritual commandos, dispatched to battle heresy, spread Catholicism, and do what needed doing in places others wouldn't go. They took vows, not just of poverty and chastity, but of absolute obedience to the Pope. But as time passed, something shifted. Because while they served Rome, they built something Elsean internal empire. Jesuit schools, Jesuit missions, Jesuit influence across continents. And with it came loyalty not to the Pope, but to the order. The Superior General leads that order. And unlike the Pope, he's elected for life. He commands global resources. He oversees a network of over 16,000 members across 112 countries. He has a private intelligence system embedded in universities, parishes, and political centers. He has access to Vatican archives. And more chillingly, he has the trust of men in power. Presidents, prime ministers, CEOs. Because Jesuits don't just preach, they educate, they advise, they infiltrate. Which leads to the question, what if the Pope isn't steering the ship? What if the wheel is in someone else's hands? Let's step back. The term Black Pope wasn't coined by theologians. It came from diplomats. 19th century European politicians feared the Jesuits' growing influence. They were the invisible hand-convincing kings, negotiating peace treaties, influencing revolutions. Their reach was vast. Their loyalty was iron. And their methods? Subtle. They didn't raise armies. They raised ideas. They didn't conquer land. They conquered minds. Which is why, in 1773, the papacy itself suppressed them. Pope Clement XIV issued a decree to dismantle the Jesuits. The pressure came from monarchs terrified by the Jesuits' influence. And how did the Jesuits respond? They disappeared. Retreated underground. Waited. 41 years later, they were reinstated. Stronger, smarter, and more patient than ever. Now imagine this. A Vatican increasingly dependent on the Jesuits' organizational strength. A church fractured by scandal, scandalized by fracture. Who steps in to stabilize it? The Jesuits. They counsel. They coordinate. They clean up. But the cleanup comes at a cost. Because every vacuum of power invites a new player. And some believe the Jesuits didn't just fill the vacuum. They became the vacuum. There's a theory difficult to prove, impossible to kill, that the Superior General operates a parallel power structure within the Vatican. One that manages sensitive information. One that controls access to real truths about relics, rituals, and revelation. And more dangerously, one that decides who becomes Pope. Not directly, but slowly, subtly, through influence, through guidance, through positioning. Sound absurd? Maybe. But then came Pope Francis, the first Jesuit pope in history. And suddenly, the line between white cassock and black robe blurred, because the man who had once vowed obedience to a superior general became the Pope. So the natural question became, who does he answer to now? Himself? Or still, someone else? Publicly, Jesuits claim they don't interfere in politics. that they exist only to serve. Privately, even the Vatican guards are said to speak of Jesuit corridors, unmarked rooms and offices in the Curia, known to be off-limits during key meetings. Former Swiss guards have hinted at orders coming from above, but not from the Pope, from a general, not military. Jesuit. There are legends of Jesuit black sites, monasteries where information is gathered, stored, and sorted, where spiritual intelligence is parsed like data, where files on bishops, cardinals, and even heads of state are kept in shadow archives. Some call it myth, others call it insurance, because power built on secrets requires leverage. And the Jesuits? They don't forget. Now let's get darker. There are those who claim that the Black Pope is more than a power broker. He's a gatekeeper, not just of policy, but of prophecy. He allegedly manages a classified theological database, thousands of unverified or heretical visions, messages, and revelations submitted to the Vatican over the centuries. Most never see the light of day. Because theology, like war, is best waged in silence. But occasionally, one leaks. A prophecy of a final pope, of a schism engineered from within, of a silent brotherhood poised to seize control not just of doctrine but of destiny. Do these prophecies name the Jesuits? Number. They don't have to, because the shape of the order is everywhere. In schools, in politics, in pulpits, a decentralized mind moving in unison, not because they conspire, but because they agree on one thing: the end is near, and someone must be ready. So, is the Black Pope real? Absolutely. He exists. You can look up his name, his title, his office, but the power of the Black Pope? That's harder to pin down, because the most terrifying leaders don't stand at pulpits. They stand behind them, and they whisper. So next time you see the Pope speaking of mercy, of simplicity, of humility, ask yourself, whose hand is on his shoulder, and whose voice, behind the veil, is writing the script? Next, we open the darkest door yet, not into politics, not into archives, but into ritual. Let's talk about the rumors of occult practices within the Vatican. Occult practices within the Vatican. Here's a paradox wrapped in incense. The institution that bans astrology, condemns tarot, and exorcises even the scent of a seance may itself be dabbling in the very thing it denounces. That's the theory. That within the deepest chambers of the Vatican, below the doctrine, beneath the doctrine, behind the silence, there is a shadow lit not by the Holy Spirit, but by candlelight. A realm where the cross is reversed, not in blasphemy, but in invocation, where prayers are whispered in dead languages, where rituals ancient, forgotten, forbidden are performed in the name of knowledge. Let's say it out loud. There are persistent claims that some factions within the Vatican engage in occult practices. Not just observe them, not just archive them, practice them. But let's be clear, we're not talking about devil worship. Not the cartoonish Satanism that tabloids and B-movies love to flash. We're talking about something colder, older, quieter. Rituals meant not to mock the divine but to use it, to manipulate, to access what theology cannot, to control forces not born of God, but known to Him. Let's rewind. The early church didn't emerge in a vacuum. It was born in a world thick with paganism, mysticism, Gnosticism, Hermeticism. Rome was a sponge of spiritual systems. Its libraries overflowed with magic, medicine, and mystery. Temples weren't just places of worship. They were labs. They were portals. And when Christianity rose, it didn't destroy these traditions. It absorbed them, wrapped them in new robes, baptized their symbols. canonized their rituals while condemning the practitioners. The Gnostics vanished. The Hermetic texts were sealed. The rituals were relabeled heresy. But they didn't die. They went underground. And where better to hide than under the largest theological fortress in human history? Fast forward to the Renaissance, a golden age for both theology and the occult. Popes hired astrologers. Cardinals commissioned alchemists. Pope Sixtus IV, who built the Sistine Chapel, was an open patron of Hermetic philosophy. Pope Leo X kept a collection of magical manuscripts. Pope Alexander VI consulted oracles before political decisions. And behind closed doors, the line between miracle and magic blurred. Even Pope Innocent VIII, the man who began the witch hunts, was rumored to have kept a grimorium, an ancient book of invocations. Publicly, he condemned the witches. Privately, he preserved their words. Because knowledge is power. And forbidden knowledge is the most powerful of all. But here's where it gets darker. There's a story, unconfirmed, never published, about a secret chapel beneath the Vatican gardens, only accessible by an unmarked elevator, only entered during eclipses. Inside, 12 candles, 12 robes, a circle carved into marble. The rites performed there? Not sacraments. Experiments. Psycho-spiritual ceremonies aimed at unlocking divine consciousness. At seeing angels. Or summoning them. Not in prayer. In geometry. Because to some, the divine isn't a being. It's a formula. And if you know the formula, you don't need faith. You need precision. It's said that once a year, a small circle of high-ranking clergy gathers for a ritual. Not Black Mass. Not satanic. But proto-Christian. Designed to access the Logos, the original word, the divine vibration. The ritual includes chants derived from Aramaic and Proto-Sumerian glyphs, performed in absolute silence apart from the voice. It lasts 3 hours. No electronics allowed. Witnesses are sworn. And some leave changed. One allegedly never spoke again. Another requested laicization. He said, "We summoned something, and it didn't leave." Again, hearsay. But where there is sustained hearsay in an institution built on secrecy, there's often a trace of truth. There are also persistent accounts of the Black Book of the Vatican. Not a Bible, not a codex, but a volume of pre-Christian invocations preserved by early monks. A compendium of chants, symbols, and rituals attributed not to demons, but to angels before the fall. Entities that are neither damned nor saved. Just old. The Black Book is allegedly chained inside a lead-lined vault. Not for protection. For containment. Because some believe reading it aloud in full will induce visions. Or worse, interference. This book is said to be written in a cipher that only one person alive at a time can read. The keeper of the key. Not a literal key. A title, assigned by the superior general of the Jesuits. Renewed every generation. Passed through blood, not paper. Why? Because if the book is real, it's not a history. It's a weapon. And then there's the accusation that the Vatican's holy relics include objects of occult power. Talismans. Stones that change temperature in moonlight. Seals from the Second Temple, etched with names not found in Scripture. Even the infamous Sator Squarea palindrome found in early Christian ruins, believed to be both magical and uncrackable, exists in dozens of forms across Vatican collections. In one version, the square isn't carved. It's burned into clay. The text glows under ultraviolet light. It has no known date of origin. It came from no known dig site. It's never been displayed. But it's in the ledger. And when items are that well hidden, they're not just historical. They're functional. There's also the question of the exorcism rites. Exorcism is public. Exorcists are trained. But there are whispered, cases off book, unsanctioned where priests have performed rituals far beyond the scope of the Roman rite. Symbols not included in official manuals. Languages no longer spoken. These aren't ceremonies to banish evil. They're to interrogate it, to extract knowledge. And sometimes, the evil responds. There's a claim again, never confirmed, that one such ritual in 1984 resulted in a death. A bishop, present in silence, collapsed. A heart attack. The Vatican called it natural. The guards who cleaned the chapel said the walls bled. They were reassigned. They've never spoken. Because here's the terrifying possibility. What if the Vatican doesn't just protect spiritual truth? What if it tests it? What if behind the walls, beyond the dogma, someone is still asking forbidden questions? And what if, sometimes, the questions get answered? So no, there are no photos. There are no leaked documents. Just the persistent thrum of fear among those who've seen too much. And silence. Always silence. Because that's how the occult works. Not in darkness, but in shadow. Not in rebellion, in control. The Vatican's greatest power has never been its doctrine. It's been its discretion. And maybe that's why the rituals continue. Not in defiance of God, but in pursuit of something older. And with that, we close the final vault. 30 secrets, whispers behind marble, truths wrapped in gold. What we've seen is terrifying. What's still hidden is worse. But in the end, the scariest Vatican secret is how much they're willing to hide just to protect what they call the truth.